Okay, good morning. Okay, give me just a second. I seem to have some technical problems here. That's why. Okay. So much technology. Okay, there we go. Anthea commented this morning, good morning, Miss Patty. I passed my CNA Friday. Thanks for your help. As an individual, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So congratulations. Super proud. Good morning. You can just have a seat anywhere. Okay. So you guys had homework assigned on Monday. You read chapter 1 in the yellow book and then took the test on page 181 of the spiral book. Did everybody get to that? If you didn't, it's okay. When I call your name, if you didn't get to it, just say pass and I'll come back to you next week. If you did get to it and you know how you graded it, you know how many you missed, let me know and I can do the grading scale for you. If you computed the grading scale, then just give me your score. That's fine. Okay. Let's go here. This is the grading scale, by the way, right here. Everything is worth 5 points apiece. Marwa.
90%.
Thank you. Bobby.
95.
Thank you. Kathy.
-3.
Thank you. Taylor. Toya. Thank you. Jade.
95.
Thank you. Dylan. Very good. Ezekiel.
96.
What did he get?
How many did you miss?
That's like 4.
4. Okay, so they're worth 5 points apiece, so 80. Veronica.
I missed 2.
2. Okay. Very good. Danielle.
I missed 3.
Okay, very good. Antea.
I got a 90.
Thank you. Haiti. Stacy.
I missed 1.
Thank you. And Corey, we'll get yours next week. All right. Any questions on the reading? Anything that you need me to explain to you or clarify at all? The questions that you missed, do you understand why the right answer is the right answer? If you need me to explain any of them, let me know and I'll be happy to go over that with you. Anybody?
The matching type is more complicated.
It can be complicated. It's going to be based on definitions.
Yes,
So,
because once you miss one, all is wrong.
right. Well, yeah. If you miss one, it's guaranteed to have 2 wrong because you got the answers in the wrong place. Yeah, I know. I do it that way so that it's easy for you to make flashcards.
But in the state board, is this the same?
No, all of the questions on the state test are multiple choice.
Okay.
And they're not going to ask you what is the definition of an ombudsman. They don't ask that.
Oh, okay.
It's everything on the state exam is going to be scenario based because that's what CNAs do, right? We're not responsible for having knowledge, right? Nurses have to know blood gas values and pathophysiology and how the immune system works. Nurses have to know knowledge. CNAs are more doers. So most of the questions that we're going to have on the state exam are going to put you in a scenario and ask, what are you going to do? So while it's not going to ask you what is an ombudsman, it's going to say you're working with a resident in a long-term care facility who wishes to lodge a complaint. Who would you direct this resident to? A, the administrator. B, another CNA. C, the state agency that oversees all nursing homes, or D, the ombudsman. So we would want to know what an ombudsman is so that we would pick the right answer. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Save changes. All right. So we have good morning, Skinsleen. Shanna says, good morning, Miss Hattie. Got recommended by my school director to watch your video. I have my state board exam next year. Very nervous. Well, best of luck to you. Good vibes out to you. Let's see here. Peter says, I've been viewing your classes since 2002. Wow. Yeah, I've been doing this a long time, which helped me pass my CNA exam with ease. You're such a good teacher. Oh, thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. And good morning, and Dorimana. Good morning. Okay. Lots of people on today. All right. So Monday was a long time ago. There was a whole day in between Monday and today. And if your days are anything like mine, it was filled up with a whole bunch of stuff. So we're going to take a few minutes to review what we learned on Monday, to have it fresh in our minds, so that as we go through today's lessons, you'll see how everything starts to work together. But if you don't remember what we did on Monday, today's not really going to help you a whole lot. So let's take just a few minutes to review. How do we know what to do with each patient? The care plan, yeah. So as a CNA, we perform the skill as directed on the care plan. But it's not just enough to say that. We have to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. So what does that actually mean? I mean, why do we go up? I could just say care plan and we could move on. What does that mean?
Every patient's different.
Okay, every patient's different.
There might be something that we not know, but nurses do know.
Right, exactly. There's information we don't have. So if we change that care plan in any way, oh, I forgot my mic. If we change that care plan in any way, morning, Raz, we are changing the care of the patient. And we're making decisions based on incomplete information. And that can have a detrimental effect on the patient. So we can't change this care plan in any way. You can't add to it. You can't take away from it. You can't change it. So let me give you a good example. Let's say that our care plan tells us that the patient needs to use a bedpan. And we're going to find out later in the program that bedpans are actually kind of hard for patients to use. And we'll find out why, a couple of weeks from now. But you put a patient on a bedpan, they're not able to go. You take them off of the bedpan. 15 minutes later, they say, hey, I got to go. You put them back on the bedpan. They can't go. You take them off the bedpan. At some point, you're probably going to think there's got to be a better way. And in your CNA brain, you're probably going to say, hey, I'm just going to grab a bedside commode and bring it over to the bed. So our care plan told us bedpan. Now, we know it's not effective, but if we make that decision, that's a decision. If we make that decision to change it to a bedside commode, we're operating with incomplete information. And we can actually put our patient at risk. Maybe they're non-weight bearing. And when we go to transfer them, they fall. Maybe they have a blood clot. And when they stand up, the blood clot gets dislodged. Maybe they have severe osteoporosis and they have some sort of a complication with their hip and they can break their femur, the top of their femur, just by being weight bearing. So there's a lot of information that we don't have regarding the patient. So it's not just enough to follow the care plan. We have to understand that we follow the care plan, the whole care plan, no matter what it says, and we don't add in our own kind of ideas. Now, in that situation, instead of going and grabbing a bedside commode, what do you think we should do? Say it loud. Go tell the nurse. Absolutely. And the nurse is the one that's going to make that decision. Figure out what our next step is. Good? Does that make sense? Okay. So while we're following that care plan, that's half of our job. What's the other half of our job? What are we supposed to be doing while we're doing the tasks on the care plan? Observations. That's right. We're going to make observations about any abnormalities, changes, or pain. And what do we do with those observations? Report them to the nurse. What if we can't find our nurse? Oh, I just threw you a curveball. What if you can't find your nurse? Who else could you go to? The charge nurse, right, up your chain of command. And that's important because somebody with liability, somebody with a license has to know what's happening with that patient at all times. Now, it's possible our nurse is in another room handling an emergency. If we can't report to our nurse, we're going to report to their supervisor up the chain of command so that somebody with decision-making ability can oversee what's happening with that patient. Now, some CNAs will say, oh, just save it for later. You can tell the nurse later when they're not busy. Well, that sounds reasonable. And if it's not really an emergency thing, that probably is okay. But here's the problem. You in your personal life are going to have emergencies happen. A family member gets in a car accident, your kid gets sick at school, you develop some sort of a sudden illness. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen. If you have to leave the facility suddenly and you haven't reported all this off to somebody, you're not going to remember it in the middle of your own personal emergency. You're just not going to. So now we have a gap in information. Does that make sense? This is why we really should report these things when they happen. That way we don't forget, or we don't, how do I put this? We don't get caught up in our own personal situations and the patient's the one that suffers. Good? Make sense? Okay. So every skill starts with the opening. What does every opening start with? A knock. And that's important because when you go to take the state exam, you're not going to remember where to start. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? I just want you to remember every skill starts with an opening. So now you know exactly where to start. I got to start with my opening. What's my opening? Oh no, I can't remember. Every opening starts with a knock. If you can get that much down, the rest of it will flow. You have to have a starting point when your brain is scrambled. Okay. So every opening starts with a knock. Who are we going to greet? The patient. Notice it's right after the knock. A lot of times we want to jump right into who we are. They don't care who you are until they know that you know who they are. And let me explain why. So let's say that you go to a doctor's office. Have you ever been to a doctor's office? Okay. So you go to a doctor's office and you're in the waiting room. They finally call you back. They get your weight. They get your vital signs, stick you in a room somewhere. And you're going to sit there for a while longer until somebody comes in. And when that healthcare provider comes in, they knock on the door and they enter. So what is your name? Danielle. This is Danielle. Say hi, Danielle. We all know that this is Danielle. So if I, as the healthcare provider, walk in and say, good morning, Jessica, how are you today? Is that Jessica? No. So what is she going to tell me? Yeah, that is not me. I am Danielle. Thank you very much, because she probably doesn't want what I've got in store for Jessica. Okay. Does that make sense? Fair? So your patient has to know that you are in the right place working with the right patient. They don't care who you are until they know that, because they know that there are hundreds of patients in this facility. And there are very unpleasant things that are happening to hundreds of patients in this facility. And they don't want any unpleasant thing that they don't absolutely have to have. So they need to know that you know who they're working with. Good. So we're going to greet the patient. After we do that, we're going to identify them by name. Now, I just did that with Danielle. I just walked in and said, good morning. Well, go back to good morning, Danielle. How are you today? Anytime you can verify somebody's identity verbally, it is a much more secure method of identification. A lot of times we want to rely on these things, these ID bands. ID bands are something that is put on by a human at the facility, and mistakes can be made. I've actually seen this firsthand. My daughter took my granddaughter to the emergency room. And when my daughter was checking them in, there was a lot of chaos going on. When my daughter was checking them in for my granddaughter to be seen, she wrote, all the information on the admission sheet. Well, when they printed out the ID band, they printed out my daughter's name. So now my daughter's name is on my granddaughter. That's a big problem, isn't it? Now, nobody noticed that until I came in and looked at the ID band. Nobody noticed it because they weren't addressing her by name. They didn't come in and say the child's name. They just scanned the ID band. This is subject to failure. If you address somebody by name, they'll tell you if that's not them. It's the most secure method of identification is to address them by name. Make sense? Now, some of you are going, well, wait. What about dementia patients? What about people who cannot identify themselves or cannot recognize their own name? Well, we have a whole process for that. As the RN, I go in and do a head-to-toe assessment. I'm looking for real problems and potential problems. That's a real problem that has to be addressed. So when I have a dementia patient, I have to put on the care plan how we're going to identify that patient because we cannot rely on verbal. Good? Make sense? Now, one of the ways that I do this is I tell on the care plan, prior to any procedures, verify with a secondary caregiver, coworker. Anybody familiar with travel CNAs?
Yes.
Have you heard about that? Travel CNAs? Yeah. Some of you are probably here because you want to be a travel CNA, get those big bucks. Let me explain something about travel CNAs. They are not being used as much now, and I'm actually in favor of this because remember what half of our job is? Observation. You guys remember that? Okay. So let's think about a long-term care setting, a nursing home, right? Now, these people aren't going to change a whole lot. This is where they live. They're pretty steady. And over time, you're going to get to know your patients pretty well. You're going to get to know that Mr. Hopkins doesn't really eat breakfast too much. He'd rather stay in his room and have a cup of coffee, but he wants to be the first one in the dining room at lunchtime. Mrs. Adams, she likes to lay down after breakfast and get up before lunch. She's not really an afternoon napper. She's a morning napper. You also learned that Mrs. Smith, thank you. Give me a name. Mrs. Smith likes her showers at night, not in the morning. If you try to give her a shower in the morning, she's always going to say no. She's a night shower person, right? So we get to know our patients a little bit. Well, when we do that, now we can recognize when something is a little off. And that's an observation. That means we're going to report it to the nurse, and the nurse will assess the patient. Sound good? This is the way healthcare is supposed to work. Well, the problem is if we've got a whole facility full of travel CNAs and nurses, nobody knows the patients. Nobody. So how are we going to notice changes in the patient if nobody is familiar with baseline? We're going to miss a whole lot, and the patient's health is going to suffer for that. Now, the other problem is that travelers are expensive. So the facilities are actually running out of money. There was one here in this state that closed down suddenly, literally overnight recently. And over 100 patients had to be relocated overnight. Well, a lot of that is because the inflated staff costs are draining the operating budget. So you're not going to see as many travel opportunities for CNAs because of all of this. Nursing homes operate on a very, very, very tight budget. It's not unlimited money. In fact, most of the people that are there are getting paid for by Medicaid, which pays a lot less than care actually costs. So we have to be aware of this. And for that reason, you're not going to see as many travel opportunities. Does that make sense? But it's for the good of the patient. So there's a trade-off there. All right, so we're going to verify our patient by name. Once we've done that, then we can introduce ourselves by name and title. There's a saying I absolutely love. Patients don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. It's pretty simple. They don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Well, if we don't do these things, we're actually telling our patient, you're a number, you're a disease, you're a body in the bed, you don't matter to me. You're interchangeable with any other body. We're telling them we don't care. These things help the patient understand very quickly that we do truly care about them. Good? Does that make sense? All right. So once we got all those formalities out of the way, we're going to describe the skill. I'm here to whatever. And we're going to get permission. That's pretty important. We have to get permission. What does no mean? What if you're in the middle of the skill? Yeah, that's right. No means no. Doesn't matter when it happens. Before, during, after, doesn't matter. No means no. Tell you a story about this. Oh my gosh. I was sitting at a nurse's station one day documenting, and it was a pretty extensive documentation. I don't remember what happened, either a fall or a wound, or I don't know. I was really deep in whatever it was I was writing. Wasn't really paying attention to what was going on around me. Well, down the hall was the shower room. And I'm hearing these screams come out of the shower room. And after a couple of minutes, I hear a blood-curdling scream. So I'm thinking, oh my gosh, somebody fell. So I get up, I run down the hallway. When I opened up the door, there was so much steam in the shower room. It billowed out at me. My glasses got all fogged up. I couldn't see a thing for a few minutes. And I'm like, what's going on? Is everybody okay? What's happening? And the patient is sitting in a shower chair, hitting and kicking the CNA. The CNA is trying to kind of stay out of the way and push the patient under the water. I'm like, stop. Everybody stop. Turn the water off. I'm like, what is going? You threw a bath blanket over the patient, keep them warm. What's going on here? That's right. The water was way too hot. The patient was trying to tell the CNA the water is too hot, and the CNA is arguing. It's not too hot. I just checked it. Everything is fine. Get your shower. Yeah, that's horrible. It's not how we should be treating patients. So we do have to obtain permission. When that patient said no, the CNA should have stopped. So this is way worse than just, trying to ignore the patient. This is an actual legal violation of the patient's right to refuse. So this is way more important than you think it is. This is a law. They have the right to refuse. So no means no. All right, once we get all of that out of the way, we can close that privacy curtain. What do we know about that curtain? Yeah, they are dirty. They are gross. So what do you want to do after you do that? Wash your hands. I want you to think about germs as cooties. The patient's cooties are okay for them to encounter. They live with their own cooties. I've got my own cooties. You've got your own cooties. You've got your own cooties, right? There are cooties, and they're okay. That's why we can hand the patient a call light. They're cooties. But do I want to take your cooties over to you? Probably not. That's how pathogens spread in a facility. So when we're all done with that patient, we've got to wash our hands to get that patient's cooties off. When we start a skill, we're going to go through all of this and then wash our hands so we have clean hands to start the skill on this new patient. Does that make sense? Good? All right. So we're going to close the curtain and then wash our hands. After that, we can gather our supplies. Our most important rule here is that you do not touch the patient until you have clean hands. This is the most important rule. If you forget any of this, we can forgive you. We can't forgive this because this is what can kill the patient. Okay, I just told you how important all those things are, but this is way more important than all of those. So that's our cardinal rule. If you touch that patient without washing your hands, it can be an automatic failure on the state exam. All right, we also learned the closing. We always leave our patient looking better than we found them, right? So they need to be in what kind of environment? Clean. Yeah, we rest better in a clean, orderly environment. I notice with myself, if my environment gets really cluttered, my anxiety goes up and I'm less likely to deal with the clutter because now I'm having a stress reaction. I just don't want to deal with it. So when your patients are stuck in bed and they can't deal with their own clutter, that's going to mount their anxiety. And that can actually affect healing, believe it or not. They've shown studies. So making sure the patient's environment is clean, just take a minute, look around. I always leave my patient looking better than I found them. You want to make sure the bed height is in the lowest position. So a lot of people understand this rule, but they understand it for the wrong reasons. I'm not afraid that this patient's going to roll out of bed. That's not really what this is about. When you get out of bed, every time you get out of bed, you're sleeping, you wake up, you're still groggy, you swing your legs off the side of the bed and you put them down, and that floor is always right where you left it. It has never moved a day in your life. Legs come off the bed, the floor is right there. Legs come off the bed, the floor is right there. Every single day throughout your entire life. Now, what would happen if all of a sudden tomorrow morning you swing your legs out and the floor is not where you left it? You expect it to be. You put your weight down like it's going to be, but if it's not there, you will fall. That's what this is about. When we raise the bed up to a comfortable working height, we don't have beds like this at home. Our beds do not raise. Now, they have beds now where the head of the bed raises, which I think is awesome. But we don't raise the entire bed up at home. So your patient's not used to this. This is for your benefit, to make it easier for you to do skills. Well, if you raise that bed up, what you've effectively done is move the floor. And that can cause our patient to fall. So the bed must be in the lowest position at the end of the skill. Now I'm going to give you a little cheat for the test. You do not have to raise the bed for any skill. You do not have to bring the bed up to a comfortable working height for any skill for the test. It is not required. So if you leave the bed in the low position, you don't really have to worry about this. Now, the test is 30 minutes of your life. You can probably bend that long. However, if you can't, You can raise the bed for any skill, that's fine. But if you raise the bed and you forget to lower it, it's an automatic fail. Doesn't matter anything else you did. This will fail you 100% every time. Good? Does that make sense? All right. We have to ask them, are you comfortable? And they need to hear that word. Are you comfortable? But it's not just about physical comfort. It's also about emotional comfort. So we're going to address preferences. Do you want a magazine? Do you want your remote control? Do you have your cell phone? Something that shows that we're not just going to leave them staring at a blank wall. No knobby knees here, right? The patient needs to be covered either with clothes or sheet. Don't leave your patient uncovered. So just so that you guys can understand this. Oh, she's got pants on. Somebody didn't take her pants off. If you walked in the room and I had the mannequin like this, it would automatically make you guys feel a little uncomfortable. Your patient is uncomfortable as well. So make sure that they're always covered. Sheet, clothes, something. All right. You've got to open the privacy curtain.
I was going to say, what if the patient requests to not be covered?
Yeah, if the patient is fine with it, that's okay. That's all right. Don't do it out of inattention or laziness. There are some patients that are just hot, and they want the covers off. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But as a nurse, if I come in and I see a patient uncovered, I'm going to ask the patient, what's going on? It's a trigger for me. Because if they're hot, there's a reason they're hot. Do they have a fever? Are they having a hot flash? Why are they hot? This room is cold. Hospitals are cold. Nursing homes are cold. Why is this person hot? It's a trigger. Does that make sense? So even something that simple should be reported to the nurse. So we wouldn't think about reporting that, right? Well, they don't want to be covered. No big deal. Let's go on with our lives. But that can be an assessment opportunity for me. Good? Okay. So we're going to open the privacy curtain. We're going to give the patient the call light. I like to tell patients how to use it too. Just press the red button if you need me. Because remember, they're medicated, self-absorbed, sleep deprived, right? All up in their own head. They may not remember how to use this thing or what it's even there for. So I try to remind them. And then once you've done all of those things, the order of that doesn't matter. Do it any order you want to. I don't care. Nobody cares. But once you've done all that, go wash your hands. Get rid of those cooties. Now, if you have to document, documenting is going to come after hand washing. And then we're going to wash our hands again after documenting so that we can end skill with clean hands. Okay. Don't return to your patient once you've washed your hands. This happens a lot during the skill. Remember, our cardinal rule is end skill with clean hands. So I do my closing. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? No, you're good. Your environment's clean. Your bed's in low position. Here's your call light. I'm going to go wash my hands. I'm over washing my hands. I glance over here and realize the curtain is still closed. So after I've washed my hands, if I come back over here and open that curtain, what did I just do? Absolutely. I re-cootied up. Now, our standard is end skill with clean hands. So if I open that curtain, I did not meet this standard. And this is what would fail you. Good. So if you forget to open the curtain, wash your hands, open the curtain, and what could you do to meet the standard? Wash your hands again. Absolutely. Now, a lot of people miss this because they think as long as they've washed their hands somewhere at the end, they're good. They're fine. And that's actually not the case. You don't know what's happening in that hallway that's going to require clean hands. What if a patient fell? What if you're going to help an elderly visitor walk down the hallway because you're afraid they're going to fall? What if somebody brought cookies to the nursing station? What if you have to document on the shared computer? Right? There's a lot of reasons that we need clean hands here. Good? Don't recontaminate. All right. So when we're washing hands, you want to turn the faucet on. You can turn the faucet on with bare hands, no problem. Yeah, that faucet is dirty, but so are your hands. No big deal. Turn the faucet on. Get the water comfortable for you. It doesn't have to be hot. Hot water doesn't kill germs. It would have to be boiling. You cannot wash your hands with boiling water. Hot water does not. So just make it comfortable. Wet your hands. And once you've wet your hands, get a lot of soap. Because remember, you're graded on bubbles. You bring your hands together and you look at the clock right above the sink. And you're going to rub all surfaces for at least 20 seconds. All surfaces. So that's the tops of the wrists, the backs of the hands, in between the fingers, in between your thumb and index finger, the bottom of your hand by your pinky, and the palm of your hand. All of those areas for at least 20 seconds, and that's about 20 seconds. And then you're going to go down each one of your nails to clean your cuticles. And then you'll circle your nails on the palm of your hand to get underneath, and then you'll rinse. When you're rinsing, don't touch the faucet or the sink. Those aren't clean. Rinse real well. Tap to keep the water in the sink, and then take some paper towels and dry your hands. Does not matter how many paper towels. Does not matter. Throw those paper towels away and get a clean dry paper towel to turn the faucet off. Good? So let me explain to you why it doesn't matter. Just get whatever paper towels you need. But during testing day, when you are sitting in the waiting room waiting to test, you are going to be there with 7 strangers. You are not testing with the people in this room. Everybody registers independently. You are testing with 7 strangers, and you have nothing to occupy you. Remember, you can't take any study material. You can't take any electronic devices. It's just you and 7 strangers and good old-fashioned talking. Remember how to do that? So what ends up happening on testing day, I'm going to warn you, don't make friends. Do not make friends on testing day. This is not the day to make friends. Because what ends up happening when you're sitting in that waiting room is you will start to talk about skill. You're about to test. You're scared to death. This is what's going to come up. Oh my gosh, I hope I get these skills right. I really need to pass. I've got to get a job. Man, Christmas is coming, right? So you're kind of focused. So this is the way the conversation ends up going. Oh man, I can't remember how many paper towels did we use to dry our hands after we washed them. I think my teacher said 3, I think. And then somebody else across the room is going, no, it's 10. Somebody else is going to go, 10? I only learned 4. And somebody else is going to go, it doesn't matter how many you use. What do you mean it doesn't matter? My instructor said you had to have this many. Understand that instructors do not have to take a class to be instructors. There is no consistency out there. Unless they have studied the test ad nauseum, they don't know the standards. So in order to make themselves feel big and important, they make stuff up. And they will complicate the heck out of this test. So now you're sitting in there and you know that I said it doesn't matter. So you're going to try to help them and convince them it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's okay. Miss Patty said it's fine. If they go in that room and they fail, who's the last person that gave them information?
Whoever you spoke to. Just keep your mouth shut and don't make no friends.
That's right. They will blame you. So don't fall into that trap on testing day. Talk about the weather, talk about politics, talk about sports. I don't care what you talk about. Do not talk about the skills. That is not the day to make friends. Good? Okay, I'm trying to save you a little heartache. because you don't have the resources to be able to teach somebody the right way right before they go into test. Good? Okay. All right. So now we know how to wash our hands. Our principals told us when to wash our hands. So we have that mystery solved. But let's talk a little bit about hand sanitizer. I'm really dry today. Sorry, guys. So this is Jeremy. She's cute, isn't she? This is my hand sanitizer. So when we use hand sanitizer, and everybody's got hand sanitizer now, and you got all kinds of really nice scents and stuff like that. When we use hand sanitizer, we generally do something like this, just a little squirt. This is what we use. Rub it together. Done. That's how we use hand sanitizer. But if you read the bottle, or if you look at CDC instructions, it says that your hands must remain wet with alcohol-based hand sanitizer for at least 20 seconds. Oh, that means that we are not using hand sanitizer correctly. When we say 20 seconds, we're going to get a significant amount, at least a quarter size. And we're going to bring our hands together and we're going to rub all of those same areas. Because with hand sanitizer, we usually put it on our palms and walk away. We're done. No, you've got to rub the tops of your wrists, the backs of your hands, in between your fingers, in between your thumb and index finger, the bottom of your hand by your pinky, and the palm of your hands for at least 20 seconds. Okay. So we've probably not been using hand sanitizer correctly. In a clinical setting, that's really dangerous because we're dealing with really big pathogens. But here's the real problem with hand sanitizer. So I've used enough. I used it correctly. I got all surfaces. I did a good job. I did the right thing. Where are those pathogens? They didn't pop into the atmosphere. Nobody really stops and thinks about this, right? We use hand sanitizer, and hand sanitizer kills 99% of the pathogens. But where are those dead pathogens? On my hands. That is correct. Now they're dead, yay. 99% of them are dead. So 1% on my hands. Now, if I go to another patient that has no immune system, that 1% could be all it takes. So there are times when hand sanitizer is not going to be allowed. You must wash your hands with soap and water. When you wash your hands with soap and water, where do those pathogens go? Down the drain. Not a threat to anybody. So if the care plan says hand washing required, that means that hand sanitizer is not enough. If you're allowed to use hand sanitizer, make sure you use enough. Get all surfaces, not just the palms of your hands, and make sure that your hands remain wet for an adequate amount of time to kill the pathogens. But if you're going to bring your hands up near your face for any reason, eating, drinking, smoking, talking on the telephone, those types of activities, rubbing your eyes, you really should wash your hands. Now, I'm guilty of this. I go through McDonald's drive-thru. I order my fries and my drink. I get to the paying area, give them my card or my cash, pick up my fries. I'll grab a little hand sanitizer, do a little spritz, rub my hands together, and I'll eat my fries, right? I didn't do anything. That hand sanitizer was just for show. Just for show. Made me feel better, but it did not accomplish getting rid of those pathogens. I am eating whatever pathogens are on my hands. So a better option, guys, much better option, wash your hands. It helps keep you healthy. Good? Any questions? All right, so we've mastered 3 whole principles out of 11. We're on a good track. We're going to learn 3 more today. Okay. Anybody lost? Anybody lost? No? Hello, Laleen. Good morning, Helena. Hi, RA. Oh, Miriam. Good job. Good morning, Miss Patty. I passed both written and clinical exams yesterday. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. God bless you and your family. Congratulations. Super excited. Good job. Okay, so we've mastered 3. And now it's time to put those into practice. So we're going to learn how to take a radial pulse. Okay, so if you go to page 52, this is a brief overview of the skill. So if you look right here, this is skill-specific steps. But if you look on the side of it, it tells you what principles are going to govern this skill. So skill rules, well, that means we have to follow the care plan. The opening, every skill starts with the opening. Glove rules and the closing. We know how to do the closing as well. They're all spelled out for us here. We know skill rules, we know the opening, and we know the closing. That means there's a principle here that we don't know yet. So we've got to learn it. This is the short version of this skill. I have a video, and down here is test-specific information. So somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this skill in 5 minutes or less. It's going to be done on a live testing student. That person will be positioned in bed, and documentation is required. Normal values here are between 60 and 100, and you can be off by 4 beats in either direction and still be accurate. It's a huge margin of error, guys. What that means is if you get 76 when you're counting, and the evaluator got 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, or 80, you're still accurate. That's huge. You could drive a truck through that margin of error. So don't be too concerned about the number. What they're grading you here is following the care plan. So we know skill rules, we know opening, we know closing. Let's learn glove rules. So if you go to page 40 in your book, this is a long lecture. I'm going to sit. This takes me about an hour to teach you about gloves. It would be so much easier for me, guys, way easier, if I just told you wear gloves for everything. That would be so much easier. That's like 2 seconds and we're off, we're gone, we're on to something else. But that's unfortunately going to put both you and your patient at risk. That is not a good strategy. And I'm going to explain why in just a minute. And we're going to use an example that has nothing at all to do with healthcare so that you understand this. We're going to evaluate whether we need gloves in all skills. So every skill we evaluate whether we need gloves or not. Gloves are not dependent on the skill. They're always dependent on the patient you're doing the skill on. And I'll get to that in just a few minutes, explain that statement. I have a video for this. But this is part of the Big Four. And you heard me talk about the Big Four on Monday. Skill rules, opening, glove rules, and closing are part of the Big Four. These 4 principles on the back wall, so almost half, apply to every single skill that we learn to do. Every skill. So we've got to learn these 4 better than we learn everything else. I have a whole lesson. All your notes are on page 41. A lot of the questions that you're going to have are going to be answered on page 41, but I'm going to answer a lot of them with this lesson. So in order to understand gloves, we're going to use an example that has nothing to do with healthcare, nothing at all, but it's one that all of you guys are familiar with. You've probably gone to a sandwich place and had them make a sandwich in front of you. Pretty common. What do you want them to wear when they're building that sandwich? Why? Okay, so you want your food protected, right?
And they should change them after every time.
So yeah, but you want your food protected, right? That's why you want to see them wearing gloves. If you walked into a place and they weren't wearing gloves, you would probably be a little grossed out and leave, right? So let's see what those gloves actually do. So first, we need gloves, and we're going to put them on. Now I'm going to build this sandwich. You guys are going to help me. I'm going to build this sandwich, and we're going to see just how effective those gloves actually are. So the first thing we need is bread. So what kind of bread would you like? White, wheat, Italian, whole grain? White. Okay. So I'm going to go to the bread cart, move the plastic away, grab a loaf of white bread, bring it back over to my sandwich station and put it down. And we're going to use a knife to cut it and then lay it open. Okay. Do you want mayonnaise on that? Mayonnaise? Okay. So what we're going to do is get the little mayonnaise spreader that's always in the mayonnaise container. We're going to pick it up and swipe the mayonnaise on the bread and stick that mayonnaise spreader back in the container. Do you want like honey mustard, spicy mustard, nothing else, no other sauces? Okay, so we'll skip the sauces. That's fine. No other sauces. So I like bacon on my sandwiches. So we're going to get a package of bacon out of the refrigerator underneath, and I'm going to open the package and get a couple slices and put it on the sandwich. Now we need meat. So what kind of meat do you want? Turkey, ham, chicken, roast beef? Turkey. So I'm going to reach under the counter, open the refrigerator, grab the package of turkey, close the refrigerator, and we're going to put that on our sandwich. What kind of cheese do you want? American. So I need American cheese. I look in the cheese drawer and there is no American cheese. We need to go get a new block of cheese. So we go to the big walk-in cooler. We open the cooler. We open the containers that the cheese is in, and we get the cheese out and we take it to the slicer. We put the cheese on the slicer and we slice several slices, and then we put the big hunk of cheese back in the walk-in cooler. Now we have our cheese. Do you want that toasted? Okay, so we want that toasted. So we're going to wait for the toaster because it's always busy. And while we're waiting, we're probably putting our hands on stuff and just kind of standing there. And when it's finally our turn, we're going to open the toaster oven, put our sandwich in, turn the dial for the time, close the door, and we're going to wait. Once the timer goes off, we'll pick up that big paddle, stick it in, pull our sandwich out, and put it on the counter. Now we're ready for toppings. So lettuce, we're going to reach our hand in, grab a big ball of lettuce, and spread that all along our sandwich. Tomatoes. Okay, so we're going to reach over to the tomatoes and get a couple tomatoes and put those on the sandwich. Would you like olives? Pickles?
No, thank you.
No olives? No pickles? Okay. All right. So once we have put all of our toppings on, we're going to fold that sandwich, but it's pretty big and bulky. So we're going to take that knife that we sliced the bread with earlier, and we're going to shove it into that sandwich and fold the sandwich over so that it closes. And then we'll take that knife and cut that sandwich in half. Then we're going to take a piece of wrapping paper, put it down, wrap up one half, get a bag, put that in, wrap up the other half, put it in the bag, fold the bag over, put the stuff in the computer, and then we'll take our gloves off and wait for the next order.
Those gloves should have been changed 5 times by now.
Are you ready to eat that sandwich? All right, so all of these pictures were actually taken by me. We're not going to say the names. We're live. All of these photos were actually taken by me on a sandwich that was really built, and I ate that sandwich and it was delicious, even knowing all of this, because I have a healthy immune system. And my immune system needs a workout now and then to remember how to function adequately. So this is a perfectly safe sandwich to eat because I have a healthy immune system. Do your patients have healthy immune systems? Okay, so that's going to be the difference. You guys understand that?
Yes.
So let's look real quick. And yes, it really was a very good sandwich. Let's look real quick at what those gloves actually touched to determine, did those gloves do what you thought they were going to do? Now, we established at the very beginning of this that, bless you, that we were wearing gloves because we didn't want the sandwich maker touching our sandwich, right? We thought those gloves were going to keep our sandwich safe. So did those gloves do what we thought those gloves were going to do? Well, what did we touch with those gloves? We touched the bread cart. We touched the knife. Oops, nope, sorry. We touched the mayonnaise spreader. We touched the sauce bottles, the outside of the bacon package, the cheese drawer, the drawer handle, the containers inside the cooler, the slicing machine, the table, the toaster oven controls, the paddle, the lettuce, tomato, and other toppings, the wrapper, and so on. Did those gloves really protect the sandwich?
Collected germs.
But you actually felt before 5 minutes ago that they did. So what changed? 5 minutes ago, you thought those gloves were a good idea. Now, you're like, yeah, that didn't work. So what changed?
We're educated now.
Okay. Your perspective. Okay. So here's the problem, guys. We think just like this in healthcare. We think that we put gloves on and we are safe. Now, we're looking at this from the wrong point of view, though. Remember that those gloves aren't just there to protect you. Those gloves are also there to protect the patient from all the pathogens in the environment. You have a healthy immune system. So you're starting to see that we kind of have to switch our view a little bit on gloves. But even more importantly, we have to think about what we've touched with our gloves once we have them on, because that's really where we're going to accidentally contaminate our patients. And the problem is that in healthcare, we're working with some really big, bad, horrible pathogens. These aren't Walmart pathogens, guys. They're just not. So we have to have a little bit better understanding of infection control than just put gloves on for everything. Because when we have that mindset, just wear gloves for everything, we start touching stuff without even being aware of it, just like the sandwich maker. That sandwich maker was not aware at all of all the stuff that they were touching with those gloves. They didn't give it a second thought. And in healthcare, we do that as well. Go onto YouTube, watch any videos on healthcare, and you will see this over and over and over again. We've got to be smarter than this to keep our patients safe. Remember, 1 out of every 25 patients will develop a healthcare acquired infection. They will get something they did not come in with. Okay? And that's all because of us. We got to do better. So in order to understand how this works, we're going to talk about something called the chain of infection. So this is going to be on 123 because chain of infection is as easy as 1, 2, 3. You will have a few questions, at least one, on the chain of infection on the state exam. They need to know that you know this topic. So we're going to spend a little bit of time going over it. I need to know that you know this topic because I might be the body in the bed one day. I don't care what score you get on the state exam. Honestly, I don't care. I care how much you learn in this class because at some point, you guys are going to be taking care of me. So this is very personal, and it should be personal to you too. because every person in this room will be a patient at some point. Good. My mother is having surgery on Friday. I'm very nervous. And I will be there, and you better bet that I will be all over this. Okay? Because it's personal. All right. So page 123 goes over the chain of infection, and there's a lesson there. I took the notes for you. But we're going to talk about it in a little bit different way than the way I presented in the book. I'm going to make this a little easier to understand. Okay. So the chain of infection it's circular. There's a starting point, but there's no real ending point. There's places that we can interrupt this, and that's what we're going to focus on, but there's no real ending point here. And I need you to understand that. If you don't interrupt this at some point, it will just keep going and going and going and going. We actually saw that with COVID, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. So the first thing that we have to have is a pathogen. No pathogen, no problem, right? If you don't have hepatitis C, if there's no hepatitis C in this room, then nobody in this room is going to catch hepatitis C. No pathogen, no problem, right? So when we eliminate or eradicate pathogens, that's a good thing. No pathogen, no problem. So things like polio, we got rid of polio. Yay. We thought we got rid of smallpox. We didn't do so well with that. It's coming back. We kind of had a handle on TB. Yeah, it's coming back too. Well, the reason it's coming back is because of this chain of infection. So we all have to understand these topics so that we don't accidentally perpetuate the spread of a pathogen outside of our clinical setting. Good? Okay. All right. So first, we have to have a pathogen. Now, that pathogen isn't going to live very well outside of the body. Pathogens have to be in a host to thrive. Most pathogens do not live outside of a body for very long at all. Minutes to hours. That's it. Minutes to hours. So they're happier when they're in a host. Nice, warm, good food supply. They're just hanging out, living their best life as long as they're in a host. Now, they're so comfortable in this host that they don't want to leave. Why would they? They got all the comforts of home and they don't have to pay rent. Why would they leave? So a pathogen inside a body is not a danger to anyone because it doesn't want to leave that body. Remember, it knows that if it goes outside the body, it only has minutes to hours to live. That's it. So it likes to be in the body. In order to get that pathogen out of the body, it has to go out through a door. Now, a door is any wet body opening. Eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions. Any wet body opening. So let's say that I have hepatitis C and it's inside my body. It cannot come out through the skin. It can't. Skin is a wall. It has to have a doorway. Now, I do have a wound. That wound, if it's wet, can allow pathogens to come out. If it's dry, the pathogens can't escape. This is why scabs are important, guys. Scabs are important. Do not pick your scabs because you took a dry body opening and made it a wet body opening. Wet body openings are how pathogens get out. Good? Starting to make sense? Okay. So a pathogen inside a body is happy, doesn't want to leave. In order to leave, it has to find a wet body opening to escape. So let's stop there for just a second.
And let me explain wet body openings a little bit more. When you guys get a cold or the flu or COVID, you get symptoms. What kind of symptoms do you get? Say it loud. A cough. Okay. So when you cough, you are propelling wet body substances out of your body. Now, pathogens travel on wet body substances, body fluids. Okay. So cough will transmit pathogens. What other symptoms do we have? Runny nose. So runny nose is wet body substances and pathogens live in those. What else? Okay, itchy eyes, right. And our eyes are wet body substances. And when your eyes itch, you tend to rub them, right? And now you've got pathogens on your hands. Oh, wow. So everything about a cold is designed to make you spread the pathogens. Now, what's really interesting is that the pathogens don't cause those symptoms. They don't cause those symptoms. Your body causes those symptoms. It's your body's reaction to the pathogen invading. So when you get a fever, it's your body turning up the heat to make it uncomfortable for the pathogen. Okay?
So the body's telling you something.
The body is telling the pathogen, you don't belong here. When you cough, your body is trying to push the pathogen out of your body. Runny nose is trying to push the pathogen out through your nose. Does that make sense? So the symptoms that we develop are generally developed as our body's response to the invasion of the pathogen. Good? Okay. All right. So pathogens have to leave through a doorway, whether it's coughing, sneezing, vomiting, urine, feces, wound drainage, any of those things. And remember, they have to go through a wet body opening. If you've got HIV and I reach over and hold your hand, none of the HIV in your body is coming out through your skin. I don't have HIV on my hand after touching yours, unless you touch something wet. Good? Make sense? So I know that HIV, even if I touch it, is not really a danger to me as long as I wash my hands. Because not only does that pathogen need a wet body opening to come out of, it would also need a wet body opening to go into. Make sense? Okay. All right. So wet body openings are eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions. Basically, any hole on the body, natural or otherwise. A good rule of thumb, don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours.
So I'm not wet.
That is infection control, guys. Don't let stuff from other people's holes into any of your holes. So cover your holes. If you're going to be working around something that is splashing, you want to cover the holes that stuff could splash into. If you're going to be working with body fluids and you have a skin opening, a wet body opening, you want to cover it. Good? Makes sense? Cover your holes. Okay. I'm going to make a t-shirt for that. Cover your holes. All right. But here's the thing. And this is where we all kind of get off track, right? Most of us can understand those first three. That makes sense. You got a pathogen. They got a place to live. They got to have an exit out. Got it. But this is where we tend to get a little tripped up. Pathogens don't have feet or wings. They cannot fly. They cannot walk. They cannot move on their own. A pathogen is no more dangerous than that. It can't move on its own. This thing of flashcards is not going to spontaneously get up and go over there and sit on your desk. It can't. It is stuck right here because it cannot move on its own. Pathogens do not move on their own. They have to move in body fluids or on air currents. Okay, good. So the way that we remember this is pathogens have to float or flow. They have to hitch a ride. They can't get there on their own. They either have to float on air currents or flow in a body fluid. Air currents are dangerous. We don't have too many airborne pathogens. There's only a handful of pathogens that are truly spread through airborne means. And we don't like those because those are seriously dangerous. You can't really restrict the flow of air, right? So if we have something that is airborne, oh, it's almost impossible to corral. How do you fix that, right? So thankfully, we have very few airborne. Most things that we think are airborne, like the common cold or COVID, they actually aren't airborne. They're droplet. So they're still spreading through liquid. It's just that the liquid is very small and in the air. Now, you've probably seen this, when people talk, little tiny bits of saliva come out, right? When people cough or sneeze, little bits of mucus and saliva kind of spray out. Well, on those little tiny itty bitty droplets are pathogens. So they're hitching a ride. But those droplets are pretty heavy. They're only going to go out about 6 feet and then they fall onto whatever surface they can encounter, right? They don't like if I am talking, my saliva is not going over to Chili's. It's not going to make it that far. It's going to go about 6 feet and drop. You guys remember COVID? How far did they tell you to stand away from other people? 6 feet. That's right. There's no coincidence there. We know that droplets only go out about 6 feet. So if you stay 6 feet away from other people, it can't get you. Got it? Now, at the very, very, very beginning of COVID, though, we didn't know how it spread. It was new. We had not shaken hands and become acquainted yet. So we told everybody, stay home. We don't know much about this thing yet. And airborne, seriously dangerous. We don't like airborne. And we're afraid that this might be airborne because it was spreading so fast. So everybody just stay home. That way, we have time to figure this out. If you do have to go out, yeah, put an extra layer on just in case. Could you do that? Right? That's all it was. That's all it was. We needed time to figure out what we were dealing with here. Now we got a better handle on it. We still don't know all the secrets of COVID. Still too new. But we're getting a handle on it. Make sense? Make sense? So, pathogens have to float on air currents or on droplets, or they have to flow in body fluids. So again, if you cover your holes, no air currents or body fluids are going to get into any of your holes. This is something called transmission-based precautions. When a patient has a pathogen, the infection control people figure out how that pathogen spreads. Is it airborne? Is it droplet? Is it contact? And then they tell you, this is what you need to do to protect yourself. And we call that transmission-based precautions. Some of you will hear it as isolation precautions. Okay? So, Just getting out of a body isn't enough for that pathogen. Remember, they only live minutes to hours on a surface. That pathogen has to get from one point to another point. Now, usually the way it does that is through our hands. Our hands is the best method of transmission that there is out there, because your hands touch your face way more than you are aware of. Yep. So like she just pushed her hair out of her face. You've got your hand there. You've got your hands there. You just did something I noticed with your glasses, or you had your hand up there somewhere. So yeah, we do this and we aren't even aware of it. It's not conscious. Our hands are way up here all the time. And remember, almost all of your holes are up here. So this is where we get into problems, right? So this is why we have 2 rules for all the skills that we do. We wash our hands before we touch our patient. That means that we're starting out with a clean slate. And then we wash our hands after we're done with the patient. So we end the skill on a clean slate, because after you're done working with the patient, if you have an itch on your face, you're going to reach up and scratch it. Does that make sense? Okay. So we have to start the skill with clean hands. We have to end the skill with clean hands. First one's for the patient. The second one is for you. Good? Questions on that? Okay, so just because we have a pathogen and they had a place to live and they somehow escaped through a body opening and they hitched a ride on our hands and got to another person, it's still not all that dangerous, because they have to get into a doorway. Just having a pathogen on my skin is not a danger. They don't drill. They do not come with jackhammers, I promise you. They cannot enter the skin. Your skin is the best glove you have. If you rip a glove, you got to throw it away. If you rip your skin, it heals. Your skin is the best glove you have, as long as you keep it in good condition. So pathogens, even if they get on you, aren't really a danger. They have to get in you. And to get in you, they would have to have a portal of entry, which is a wet body opening. What's a wet body opening? Eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. If they can't find an open door to enter, they will die. They will die. Those are the only pathogens I like, dead ones. But if they do find an open door and they do invade, all is not lost yet. You're not infected yet. You are not infected yet. So we had a pathogen that was living in a place, got out through an open doorway, traveled to a new person, got in to that new person. All is not lost yet. You are not infected yet. You have to be susceptible. Now, what does susceptible mean? Well, it means that your immune system isn't able to fight this thing off. So as healthcare workers, part of what we need to learn how to do is engage in self-care. You want to make sure that you're eating right, that you're getting good sleep, that you're developing healthy habits, that you are exercising adequately, that you're getting the right amount of nutrients, particularly vitamins and minerals. You want to keep your immune system in top shape so that if a pathogen does invade, your immune system has the very best resources to be able to fight it off. Good? Now, in some cases, we can actually give our immune system a head start. Let me explain how this works. This is called immunity. Okay? So I'm going to pick on you guys over there in that corner. Let's say that we have a whole bunch of bad guys outside that window that are wanting to break in here and take all of our stuff. Okay? So the first one comes in through the door, and you're the first one that sees them. And we got to get rid of this bad guy, right? Because we're all at risk. So you throw your Dunkin' cup at him. Hits him in the head, doesn't really hurt him at all, but scares him. So he goes back outside. Good job, thanks. But he's going to go outside and tell all the other bad guys, hey, when you go in that room, she's going to throw a Dunkin' cup at you. So bad guy number 2 comes in the room. You throw the Dunkin' cup at him. They bob and weave. That Dunkin' cup is no longer effective. So you're up. And you got a harder cup there. So you are going to bang him over the head repeatedly. Now, he's going to feel that, but you didn't kill him. He's going to go back outside and he's going to tell all the bad guys outside, okay, Dunkin' cup and hard cup. Stay away from that one. Okay. So bad guy number 3 comes in. He walks in. He sees you. He bobs and weaves. He ducks and covers. And now he's got to deal with you. You pick up that fire extinguisher and you really whack him a few good ones, but you didn't kill him. He goes outside and he tells all the bad guys, all right, Dunkin' cup, bob and weave, hard cup, duck and cover, fire extinguisher. Try to get around it. Bad guy number 4 comes in, evades the Dunkin' cup, the hard cup, and the fire extinguisher. So now he's dealing with you. You pick up a knife and stab him and he is dead. Okay. Now, he can't go out and tell everybody about the knife, can he? So bad guy number 5 has no idea that that knife is in play. So they have no defenses against it. You guys see how that works? Right? This is called immunity. This is exactly how immunity works. When you get infected with something, it takes your body time to figure out how to kill the pathogen. This is what makes you sick. Remember, sick is your body's response to the invasion. So you get sick. Your body works out how to kill that pathogen. Dunkin' cup, hard cup, fire extinguisher. Oh, knife worked. Knife worked. Cool. So your body takes a index card and it writes down, okay, this is what the pathogen looks like. This is what did not work. And this is what did. So the next time a bad guy comes through that door, we're not going through Dunkin' cups. We're not going to grab a regular cup and we're not going to grab a fire extinguisher because we know those didn't work. What are we going to grab? A knife, because we know that that was effective. So now that pathogen does not have an opportunity to multiply and it does not make you sick. That's how immunity works. Pretty cool, right? Now, the bad thing is that the pathogens have that same immunity process. So if we give our pathogens antibiotics and we don't take them all and we don't kill them all, they will go out and tell other pathogens about those antibiotics. And they develop an immunity against the antibiotics. Yeah, this is why you take all of your antibiotics, not just enough to feel better. Because if you take enough to feel better, you're leaving survivors. You take all of them, we kill all the survivors, it's not a problem. Take all of your antibiotics. Do you guys kind of understand how that works a little bit? Okay, so our goal is to figure out what kills those pathogens quickly so that the next time they invade, we can take care of the problem before it ever really becomes a problem. Good? This is how vaccines work. Vaccines do all of that in the lab, not in your body. And then it injects that little 3x5 index card that says, this is what the pathogen looks like, this is what doesn't work, and this is what does. So now if that pathogen invades, even though your body's never seen it before, it's a new pathogen, your body can go through its filing cabinet and go, oh, wait, it looks like this guy. Let's try the knife. So that's what immunizations do. They give your body instructions on how to kill a pathogen that's invading, what works and what doesn't. Good? Pretty cool, right? All right. So we have a pathogen. It has a place to live. It's got to have a portal of exit, has to have a way of getting around, and a portal of entry and a new host. Once it gets in, that host has to be susceptible. They haven't ever encountered that pathogen, or they don't have an immunization against it. So that pathogen can take hold and cause an infection. Well, in that case, that person is now a new host. And then the process repeats. So if your immune system has been trained on how to kill that pathogen, the pathogen never has a chance to multiply. Having a healthy immune system that allows your trained white blood cells to detect and kill the evading pathogens prevents you from getting infected. This is why self-care is important. It's also why a lot of healthcare settings are going to require a certain number of immunizations to prevent you from becoming infected with pathogens that are common in that setting.
So being a CNA, would I have to take a COVID shot?
Depends on the facility. Depends on the facility.
Is that why some hospitals offer the workers there shots?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Because remember, if you get infected, you are now a host. And who are we working with?
Patients who are sick.
Patients who are at risk. And what is their immune system? Not good. So by having caregivers who are exposing our patients who have a decreased immunity to pathogens, it puts our patients at risk.
What are some of the ones that are required? Some of the vaccinations.
Usually hepatitis B
Okay.
is required. Sometimes the flu shot, particularly if you're going to be working with HIV patients, chemotherapy patients. Remember, these people have no immune system, not just depressed, no immune system. We don't want caregivers in that place that are going to put them at risk, right? They're going to screen you for TB. You'll have to have a TB test. And some require things like, some will require the COVID, for sure. Some require the flu shot, and some require varicella, which is chickenpox.
You know, if you had chickenpox when you were a kid,
They can do titer levels. Yeah. Same thing with measles. But it depends on the patient population you're working with. If you're working with children, then the varicella and measles are going to be very important because that's the population you're working with, right? So I can't give you one answer that's going to fit all healthcare settings. It depends. Good? Make sense? So no pathogen, no infection. Since pathogens need a home to survive, and most pathogens don't live outside the body for very long, we want to make sure that we're utilizing good infection control practices to prevent the spread of infection. Okay. Pathogens can't get in through the skin. I didn't go through the slides as I was talking, sorry. So we're going to review this real quick. Pathogens can't get through the skin. They have to have a portal of entry to get in. So it's only when a pathogen leaves a host through a doorway and travels in fluid or on air currents and finds a wet body opening to invade and that person is susceptible. Do you see how many steps are involved here in getting an infection? That's a whole lot of steps, right? So we can intervene. We can interrupt this cycle by keeping our hands washed, wearing gloves when it's appropriate. Don't let stuff from other people's holes into your holes, right? That's how we prevent the spread of infection. And to maintain our own immune system so that it's working at optimal performance. So this is my cardinal rule. When it comes to preventing the spread of infection, don't let stuff from other people's holes into your holes. And yes, that means exactly what you think it means. Gloves do help in this process. Gloves provide an extra layer of protection. An extra layer of protection. But if we're going to wear gloves, we have to be careful about what we're touching with those gloves before we touch our patient. Because if I put gloves on as an extra layer of protection, and then I touch a whole bunch of contaminated stuff, and then I touch my patient, it's just like making the sandwich. Those gloves do not do what you think those gloves are doing. Good? So when it comes to gloves, you really have to think about who actually needs those gloves. You're going to the sink. You're washing your hands before you touch the patient. You're going to the sink and washing your hands after you perform the skill. You've got a healthy working immune system. Who's the one really at risk here? The patient. So you're starting to see infection control a little bit differently now. Okay, good. I know it's cold. Let me turn the AC off. Okay. So once you start to realize that we are the ones that have a better immune system and are better able to fight off pathogens, and the patients really are the ones at risk, gloves start to make a little more sense to us and how the rules around gloves. So if your immune system is good and your white blood cells are on standby, you are not really the one at risk here. Your patient is, because their immune system is currently fighting another pathogen. And if we bring a second pathogen into play, they may not have the resources to fight it off. This is why 1 out of every 25 hospitalized patients get a healthcare acquired infection, and it's going to kill 1 in 12.
Can I ask you a question? I heard a lot about MRSA.
Mm-hmm.
Spread it throughout the hospitals here. And, like, what's going on? How does that start? I mean, like, what MRSA is an infection.
It does this. MRSA is a bacteria, methicillin-resistant Staph aureus. It's a Staphylococcus bacteria. You have staph on your skin right now. Everybody does. Everybody. Bacteria, a lot of people think all bacteria are bad. They're not. Yeah, you have to have some bacteria to survive.
So your immune system works, right?
Well, it does, but there are bacteria that actually are beneficial to your immune system. Not all bacteria are bad. So everybody carries staph. Everybody. Now, what happens is when the bacteria get over enthusiastic and they multiply like crazy, and now they are out of balance. Okay, that's when a pathogen is detrimental to us. So we take antibiotics. We get an infection, we take antibiotics. But if we don't take enough antibiotics, if we don't kill all of the pathogens, then we leave some alive that now have our secrets. They now know how to overcome our defenses. So this MRSA is a staph that learned how to overcome sulfa drugs, erythromycin drugs, penicillin drugs, ciprofloxacin drugs, right? All of these drugs. And the last one that we had in our arsenal was methicillin. Okay. That was the last thing that we had that could take this bad guy down. That was it. So that's the nuclear option, right? It's all we got left. And then the pathogens learned their way around it. So now we have MRSA, which is methicillin-resistant Staph aureus. That's what makes MRSA difficult to treat. because we don't really have a lot of really good drugs that can.
We're running out of them.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, and now we have vancomycin and some others, but it's if we don't keep a good handle on this, eventually antibiotics will probably become useless, and we'll go back to the 1930s and 40s where when you got an infection, there wasn't much we could do.
take an aspirin.
Yeah.
Right, MERS is serious.
It is very serious. Very serious.
Maybe do more exploratory things.
Yeah.
They gotta, I don't know, labs, maybe, laboratory work. Do something.
Okay. So when we're talking about the chain of infection, we have to remember that in the healthcare institutions that we're working in, that's where our biggest, baddest pathogens are. So when we bring those bigger, badder pathogens to the patient, they're less likely to be able to fight them off. And this is what really puts our patients at risk. So we've got to understand infection control at a fundamental level as CNAs because we're the ones around the patient's holes. Think about all the skills that we do, right? Mouth care. That's around a patient's hole. Denture care. That includes mouth care. Peri-care, which is personal care below the belt. That's around the patient's holes. Feeding a patient. That's around a patient's holes. So you're starting to see that a lot of what we do is all around our patient's holes. So because we're the ones that are performing this very personal type of care, we are the ones that are putting our patients most at risk. So out of everybody that works with that patient, the CNAs are really responsible for understanding this process more than any other because you are the ones that are probably going to be infecting the patients if you don't get it. Okay? Does that make sense? So yeah, it would be way easier, guys, way easier if I just told you wear gloves for everything. That's what most instructors do. Just wear gloves for everything. If in doubt, put some gloves on. But that doesn't address this. And that puts the patients at risk. Okay? Good? So as a CNA, we are responsible for activities of daily living, including sleeping, toileting, grooming, bathing, dressing, eating, socializing, and helping them with activities, which usually puts us somewhere around portals of entry. So we've got to make sure that we're not bringing our patients pathogens that they don't already have. All right. So gloves provide an extra layer of protection for the patient. They're not just for you. Remember, hand washing is what's for you. Anybody ever go to like a big box store? You ever see the cashier, the little old lady cashiers? I know we're checking our own stuff out now, but you know, the little old lady cashiers that are wearing gloves while they're scanning stuff. Anybody ever see that? Okay. I love that. I want to explain this to them so badly. So they're working a 4-hour shift and they've got their gloves on because they don't want to touch your ketchup. And they're scanning all this stuff. Scan, 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 scan. And at the end of 4 hours, they're ready for their break. So they leave their cashier station, they take off their gloves and they go to the break room and eat their tuna salad sandwich. Now, anybody ever wear gloves? What do they make your hands do?
Sweat.
Okay, if you remember on Monday, I said warm, dark, moist is the ideal breeding environment. So when we have gloves on and it makes our hands sweat, our body heat is trapped in. So we automatically have warm, dark, moist. Now, any pathogens that are on the palm of the hand multiply in that 4 hours. So when they take their gloves off and they go to the break room and they eat their tuna salad sandwich, they're eating it with the side of E. coli. And they think that they're safe, right? Because they didn't touch your ketchup bottle. They had gloves on. They would have been much safer if they didn't wear gloves and just wash their hands. A little bit of knowledge with gloves a little bit of knowledge puts you at risk. It's dangerous. It is dangerous to not understand this topic fully. Good? But it gets worse. All right. So remember, pathogens need doorways to get out and doorways to get in. So we are going to wear gloves anytime we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. So body fluids is what they travel in. Personal skin has holes in it. Non-intact skin, wounds, rashes, sores, incisions, eyes, nose, mouth, right? Any portals of exit and portals of entry. If we're going to touch any of those three when we're doing a skill, we need to have some gloves on. We need an extra layer of protection, not just for us, but also for them. Good? But if we decide that we are going to wear gloves, the first thing those gloves are going to touch is the patient. Now, you can't tell by looking at somebody whether they're sick. You can't tell. Like, you could be sitting over there with HIV, and I would have absolutely no idea because there's no little LCD screen on our forehead that says HIV here, right? A lot of times our patients don't even know because they haven't been diagnosed yet. There's an incubation period where they have no symptoms, and yet they're still able to pass stuff on. So you can't tell by looking at somebody whether they're infected with something, anything. So we're going to use these rules on everybody. This is called standard precautions. And let me tell you how seriously I take standard precautions. My oldest son, when he was 17, went to work with his dad. They went down south. They were tearing apart a retail store, and he got injured. A board fell on his leg. It scraped all the way down to the tendon on the top of his foot. My husband called me. What do? I gave him instructions. This is how I want you to clean it, wrap it, bring him home to me, and I'll take a look. So they get home, and the first thing I do is put on a pair of gloves. And my son says, "Mom, I'm your son. Why are you wearing gloves?" And I said, "Yes, you are my son, and I love you dearly, but you have been out of my sight for more than 15 minutes in your life, and I do not know what has gone where. So to keep myself safe and you, I'm going to wear gloves." Now, if I'm going to wear gloves with my 17-year-old son, you better bet that I'm going to wear gloves with everybody. That's how seriously you have to take this. Because it's not just about you, it's about the patient. Good? Okay. So this is called standard precautions because we use it on everybody. It's standard practice. It's always done. Standard precautions. So when working with all patients, we have to assume that they have something. And we have to remember that pathogens travel primarily in fluids. Tifo says, "Good morning. I just came to say I passed my CNA exam with the help of your videos. I was nervous after leaving school, but I did so well. My instructor asked if I had already been working in the field." Congratulations. Awesome job. See how well you guys are going to do? Amazing. All right. So anytime we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin on any patient, doesn't matter who they are, we want an extra layer of protection. We're going to wear gloves. So it applies to everyone, whether we know they have an infection or not. So this is what I said earlier. It's not based on the skill. It's based on the patient you're doing the skill on. So let's talk about pulse, since that's the first skill we're going to learn in a few minutes. We're going to learn pulse. Well, if your patient's skin is intact, right, there's no body fluids on the wrist. There's no personal skin on the wrist. And as long as there's no wounds on the wrist, we don't need gloves. It's just skin touching intact skin. No gloves necessary. I'm going to wash my hands before, and I'm going to wash my hands after. But no gloves are necessary. Now, if I'm going to take a pulse and they have an incision on their wrist, does that change anything?
Yes.
Yes. Now I'm going to be touching non-intact skin. So do I need gloves? So it's not based on the skill. It's based on the patient you're doing the skill on.
Can you just use the other arm?
You could, unless that wasn't there.
They both have precision.
Yeah. 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 You would go by your care plan. And the reason is if the patient's had a stroke and one side is affected, I don't want you taking a pulse on that side because vascularly things are going to change. So if I've got a patient who's had a stroke with right-sided weakness, my care plan is going to say to take manual pulses on the left arm. Now, if that left arm has an incision, we need some gloves. Okay. All right, good? Okay. But gloves only work if you use them correctly. So the first thing your glove should touch is the patient. Now, this rule right here is going to trip you guys up. Man, it is going to, this is the one rule out of everything you're going to learn on the back wall. This is the one rule that you're going to have the most trouble with. Guaranteed. Because you guys are ingrained, like your brains are already hardwired based on things you've seen on TV and Hollyweird and all that kind of stuff, things you've seen in the wild out there. But here's the problem. When you walk into a room and you do your opening and you wash your hands, you're immediately going to want to put gloves on. That's just your brain. That's what your brain is going to tell you to do. I got clean hands, let me get some clean gloves. But then you're touching the drawer, you're touching the supplies, you're touching the bed controller, you're touching all kinds of stuff. Do you want those gloves in your mouth? Your patient doesn't either. So the first thing your gloves should touch is the patient. That means that you have to get all of your prep work done first. And you're going to put the gloves on right before you do the skill. It keeps the gloves clean for the patient. Good? Now, once you've done this skill, you have to think about all the things you're going to touch with those dirty gloves, because we don't want to spread those cooties or those contaminants around the environment. So pay attention to what your dirty gloves touch. And then we have to learn how to take the gloves off properly. So here is a fun activity for you guys. If you go home and you get some shaving cream and some food coloring. I used to do this, but people were unfortunately ruining their scrubs and I got complaints. So I don't do this in class anymore. Take some shaving cream, put a couple of drops of food coloring in it, mix it up. So now you got some food coloring colored shaving cream. Put on a pair of gloves. And then once you have your gloves on, touch that shaving cream. Get it all over your gloves. So now you have visible contamination. Now take those gloves off without getting any of that shaving cream on your skin or your uniform. So that's what we're going to learn how to do. If I've got shaving cream on my hands, let me do this just so you guys can visualize. Shaving cream is easier. Okay, so if I've got stuff on my hands, I cannot go under. Because if I go under, I'm going to touch my skin. So in order to get this glove off, I have to pinch up, not under. I have to pinch up. And I'm going to pull that off so that it's inside out. So all the contamination is trapped inside that glove. And I'm going to wind it up in this hand so it can't spray around and get stuff everywhere. Now, this hand, skin, cannot touch this glove. Remember, I've got shaving cream all over the outside of this glove. So to take off this glove, I have to go underneath. Skin can touch skin, but it cannot touch the dirty glove. So this one would go underneath, and I'm going to wrap up the first glove inside. So one glove is inside out, the other inside out glove. Good. And then we throw this away. All right, any questions on glove removal? Practice that at home. I have gloves here. You can practice it on break as well. Okay. So let's go ahead and take our break before we get into the next part of this lecture. So this is going to take me a minute to explain to you. So let's go ahead and take our break.
I'll be offline.
Yeah, we will be in just a minute. Okay.
There's no light bulb in the bathroom. Oh, there you go. It won't turn on,
Oh.
okay?
You guys can use the, well, the shop will be open in a little bit. I don't know why it's not.
I tried it twice.
All right, I'll fix it after class today.
fell off so he wasn't able to. Right. I'm just trying to be a dad for something.
In the dark. Don't worry, everything will work out.
It always does.
Yes, it has to. What are you doing with this, Dominic?
Let's do the pulse.
You can still see even if you shut the door. Oh boy. Day two. So I get I was just talking to him outside. I could just sit home and put this on my TV and watch it live instead of,
Yeah.
and put it on loud so I can do other things and still hear.
That's the main thing. You know, your computer screens.
Yeah, because I retain better than sitting here like this one day. I can't take it now. My mind's, I'm drawing.
That's what I have apology.
Oh my God, I thought my phone. Now I gotta shut this phone.
All right, we're back. Okay, so let's talk about gloves real quick. So now that we know when we're supposed to wear gloves, we have to talk about how effective they are and what their drawbacks are. A lot of people don't really think about the drawbacks of wearing gloves. They're not the magic suit of armor you think they are. They're not. And this is probably what gets most people in trouble when it comes to gloves. And the reason that they're not is because they're made of latex, the same thing that these balloons are made out of. If you've ever had a birthday balloon, a party balloon, you have it filled up with helium, it gets all big, bops up against the ceiling for a couple days. But over time, it actually decreases in size. How does that happen? Anybody know?
The air gets stale, right? Or
Okay, not stale, but the air inside is helium. Now, helium is a molecule. Okay, it's actually lighter than air, which is why it, rises. But what we don't understand usually is that the surface of the balloon has little holes in it. All man-made materials do. It's porous. So like your clothing, it looks solid, right? But if you hold your clothing up against a light, you can actually see little teeny tiny holes in the weave. There are holes. Latex is the same thing. The surface of the latex has small holes. Now they're tiny. They're microscopic. You can't see them when you hold them up to light. But just like the balloon, your gloves have holes in them. What happens with the balloon is those holes are pretty small when we start out. But as we inflate the balloon and the material stretches, those holes stretch. So you leave a balloon stretched for too long, those molecules can actually wiggle out through the holes. And that's what happens here. The molecules wiggle out. Well, as the molecules wiggle out and the density of the balloon decreases, the fabric starts to come back in, isn't stretched as much, the holes close up, and it's harder for the molecules to get through. And that's why you end up with this really like sad little, puff of a balloon, because whatever helium is in there is kind of trapped. It can't get out through those holes anymore. So what does that mean for us? Well, if molecules can get through, so can pathogens. So we need to understand that your gloves have holes, and pathogens can and do get through those holes. They have done this experiment. This is like one of the favorite microbiology experiments. They've done it 1,000,000 times. They will have some people in a healthcare setting wash their hands real well. They'll culture the hands. They'll have them put some gloves on, go do a task, come back, take the gloves off, and they'll culture the hands. And ideally, there won't be anything on the hands, right? Because they washed their hands, they put on gloves, should have protected them, took off the gloves, and they culture. Every single time, pathogens grow. Every single time. Those gloves are not the magic suit of armor you think they are. Pathogens will get through. Will. Not might. Will. Now, the problem is because we've worn gloves, we are less likely to wash our hands afterwards because we have this false expectation that those gloves protected us. So if we have pathogens that were trapped underneath the glove in a warm hand that is sweaty, they have proliferated. They have multiplied. Now you don't have one pathogen. You got 1,000,000 pathogens on there and you didn't wash your hands. And that's the real problem with gloves, is that we tend to have this false sense of security with them. We wear them and then we don't wash our hands. It's going to put both us and the patients at risk. Now, the glove manufacturers have done everything they can to try to get you guys to wash your hands. They put this gritty stuff in the gloves that irritates your skin. That's designed to get you to go wash your hands. They put this odor to the gloves. That's designed to get you to wash your hands. They've done everything they can to get you guys to wash your hands after wearing gloves, and still we like to take shortcuts and we don't want to wash our hands. That's why gloves are dangerous. Okay. First of all, we touch them and then we touch we touch stuff with them and then we touch our patient, transferring germs. We wear them when we don't need them. We have pathogen transfer, and then we don't wash our hands after we wear them. So a lot of risk with gloves. Gloves make your hands sweat, makes a warm, dark, moist environment. So we always have to make sure we wash our hands after we remove gloves. Yeah. I already talked to you about glove removal. These are the 4 steps. We pinch up, we pull off, we go under, and then we pull off the second one, trapping the first one inside. So these are our glove rules. So just like skill rules, these will determine when we wear gloves, how we wear gloves, and the proper rules associated with wearing gloves. So we're going to wear gloves if we're going to touch any body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. The first thing your gloves should touch is the patient. Pay attention to what those dirty gloves have touched, and then remove your gloves correctly. Good? Questions? A question I get asked a lot is, well, okay, I get all that, but I feel safer in an environment wearing gloves. There's all those pathogens. I would just rather wear gloves. And I get it. I understand that point of view. But there's a couple of problems with that. First of all, you stop paying attention to what you touch. I mean, that's just human nature. You're not going to pay attention to infection control if you're just wearing them all the time. But there's 2 other problems with wearing gloves routinely that I want to talk about. The first is cost. Gloves are not free. They're free to you. Like you go over to the wall and you grab a pair of gloves and you don't think a bit about what those gloves cost. But gloves are expensive. And if we're using gloves when we don't need to, that's a facility expense. The facility has to pay for that. Well, if everybody is doing that and the facility is buying tons of gloves that they don't actually need, where is the money for your raise going to come from? These facilities do not operate on a unlimited budget. They have to balance their budget just like you do in your house. So we have to be good stewards of our employer resources. Okay, does that make sense? The other reason that you don't want to wear gloves routinely, let me explain that. I am not an environmentalist, guys. I'm just not. I drive a gas guzzler and I love it. I like to go fast. I don't recycle the way I should. I just don't. I am not an environmentalist. But what I'm about to tell you had a huge impact on me. I want you to think about when you wear gloves and you take them off, where do those gloves go?
In the landfill.
Okay, so they're disposed of and they generally go into a landfill. How many gloves do you think medicine goes through every single day?
Millions.
Yeah, it's here's a visual for you. In healthcare in America, I'm not talking about worldwide, I'm just talking about our country. In healthcare, I'm not talking industrial, housekeeping, food service, just healthcare. We fill a football stadium 35 feet deep every day. So you start to wonder over time, well, hold up. That's going to like take a lot of space, you know? This isn't going to affect me. I'm out of here in like 30 years. My lifespan is limited, right? This isn't going to affect me. But those of you that are younger, this is absolutely going to affect you. And it's absolutely going to affect my granddaughter. Absolutely. Because you cannot keep generating this amount of medical waste without consequences. It used to be back in the 80s, we burned all of our medical waste. Every hospital had an incinerator. My very first office in a hospital was right next to the incinerator, which was awesome because I'm always cold, right? But then we realized that by burning all of these plastics, we actually created a hole in our ozone layer. And that's not good. Like we need that to survive as a species. So we quit burning stuff. Okay. So then the medical waste just kind of sat around and was stockpiled, right? And we didn't have a plan for it, but let's just put it over there and somebody else can deal with it later. And it started to accumulate. And somewhere along the line, somebody said, you know, we got to do something with all this medical waste. We can't just like let it lay around because it's getting out of control. How about we got this huge ocean over here we're not really doing anything with. It's like super deep. Nobody will know. Let's put all of this medical waste in these big metal drums, poke some holes in the top, take them out to the middle of the Pacific and dump them. And water will fill the big tubs and they'll sink to the bottom. And that's like thousands of feet. Nobody will know, right? No problem. Well, now the fish that we're pulling out of the northern Pacific, we can't eat because it has high levels of latex. We poisoned our own food supply, guys. That's not a good strategy. So now we're back to just stockpiling it until somebody has a good option. And if you want a homework assignment, go watch WALL-E. The very beginning of WALL-E, right? We had to leave the planet. It's a little animated movie. We had to leave the planet because of the waste. Most of the waste that little robot's cleaning up is medical waste. Yeah, that was strangely prophetic. But it's real. Like I said, I am not an environmentalist. But that That kind of hit me because that's real. So should we be wearing gloves when we don't need gloves? Probably not. Make sense? Good. So learn the glove rules and wear them when it's appropriate. We need an extra layer of protection if we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. When it's appropriate, wear them. But if we don't need them, there's no use in wearing them. There's no benefit. Good? All right, let's learn how to take a pulse. So all of that just to get here. Let's learn how to take a pulse. So let's go back a page. We're talking about page 52 is our overview. 53 is going to have your step-by-step instructions. But the first thing that we have to talk about is what is a pulse. So a pulse is an indirect measurement of how many times the heart beats. So we have a heart, the left side of your chest. That heart squeezes and it pushes out a wave of blood. That wave pushes the one in front of it. That wave pushes the one in front of it. And that wave pushes the one in front of it. And this is how blood moves through your vascular system. If I were to cut open an artery, this is exactly what you would see on the inside. You would see a wave and a valley and a wave and a valley and a wave. And even slasher movies get this right. Anybody ever watch slasher movies? Like the really gory ones, right? Blood spurts, right? Wave, valley, wave, valley, wave, valley. Good? Make sense? Okay. So what we're doing when we're taking a pulse is we're taking two fingers and we're pushing down on the artery to feel the waves. If we count the number of waves, we know how many times the heart beat because the heartbeat makes the wave. That's why it's an indirect measurement of the heartbeat. Good? Questions? Okay. So we're going to find an artery. We're going to use some fingers and push down on the artery, and we're going to count the waves as they move underneath our fingers. So you pick a starting point on the clock, get your fingers in place, say start out loud so the other people that are counting with you, they're counting at the same time you are, and you count the number of waves that you feel under your fingers. Now, in some people, in most people, it's pretty regular, just thump, 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 pretty regular. But in some people, particularly teeny tiny people and children, this is going to kind of vary. It'll go thump, 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 thump. It kind of increases and decreases. And what that is our chest cavity only has so much space. And that chest cavity holds your heart and your lungs. So when you breathe in, the lungs expand, pushes on the heart, and the heart reacts by going, hey, what's going on? And you exhale, the lungs deflate, and the heart goes, ah. And then you inhale again, and the heart goes, ah. And you exhale, and the heart goes, ah. So that's why the heart speeds up and then slows down. And speeds up and then slows down. Speeds up and then slows down. That's normal, especially if it's a little person. Now, what's not normal is when there's no rhythm at all. Thump, 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 thump. It's like there's no rhythm there at all. Nothing. We don't know what's going on here. That is an irregular heart rate, and those always have to be reported to the nurse. Good. So a regular increase and decrease, but it's regular, that's normal. An irregular pulse is not and needs to be reported. Good? Questions on that? Okay, so when we're taking a pulse, we're going to use two fingers. We do not use our thumb to take a pulse, ever. Your thumb has an artery in it. When you push down on the artery, you'll get your own pulse. Won't help you a bit with the patient. So two fingers, And when we take take a pulse, we want to be over the artery. Now, which artery we use, there's lots of arteries in the body. Which one we use will usually be spelled out on the care plan. Our care plan will usually tell us what artery. But we have lots of different pulse points in the body. We have carotid, which is up here. We have axillary, which is underneath our arms. We have brachial, which is in the elbow region. We'll talk about that on Monday when we do blood pressure. We have radial, which is at the wrist. We have femoral, which is in the groin. We have popliteal on the backs of the knees. And we have dorsal pedalis at the top of the foot. So lots of different pulse points in the body. As CNAs, we generally use the radial at the wrist. Now, part of that is because we want to make our patients pretty comfortable, just kind of chill. We want a baseline pulse reading. And if we use any of these other pulse points, it's a little weird. Like if I put my hand in your armpit to take your pulse, it's a little weird. It's definitely weird if I'm putting my hand in your groin to take your pulse, right? We also don't want to use this one. Now, this is the biggest pulse in your body, the carotid. The problem is, I'm just going to pick on you for a second, okay? The problem is that in order to take her carotid pulse, how comfortable are you right now with my hand around your throat? Not. That's right. So when you're taking a carotid pulse, you're going to make your patient a little anxious. What do you think that's going to do to the pulse rate?
Inaccurate reading.
Yeah, it makes it go up. It spikes it. So are we really getting an accurate reading? So the carotid we basically keep for CPR. So think carotid CPR. Because if we're getting ready to do CPR, I want a response. Because if I get a response, I don't have to do CPR. Okay, so carotid is CPR. Now, this is one skill that I do think at some point is going to be removed from the state exam. I do. And I think it's going to happen sooner rather than later because in most cases, nobody's actually taking a manual pulse anymore. We're using one of these. This is a pulse oximeter. It looks like a little clothespin. You turn it on, open it up, and you stick it on the finger. And it's going to give you the pulse rate as well as the oxygen reading. So if you look at this, you can see my oxygen is at 98. Pretty good considering I'm talking so much. And my pulse rate is right around 74. Okay. So this is used in most settings. We don't actually have people taking a manual pulse much anymore. So I expect at some point this skill is going to go away from the state exam. But we still have to learn how to do it because what if the battery goes bad in this? What if I drop it? If I drop it, it can knock it out of calibration. And you won't even know. But it'll give you some wacky readings that aren't correct. So because it's technology, there's things that can go wrong with it. That means that we should always know how to take a manual pulse. Good? All right. So to take a pulse, the radial pulse is located at the very top of the thumb side of the wrist. So this is the bendy part of the wrist where the lines are. It's going to be just below the bendy part of the wrist where the thumb joins the wrist. So right in here. You want to use 2 fingers, not your thumb. Right? 2 fingers. And to find the pulse, the easiest way when you're brand new to find the pulse, remember it's way, way up at the top. Don't go down here. You actually have another pulse down here called the ulnar. Don't go down here. We want to be way up at the top. But the best way to find it is to put your hand out like you're going to shake somebody's hand with your thumb up. Go ahead. Put your hand out, thumb up. Take your other hand, 2 fingers, and stand up on that bone. There's a bone that runs right along the top of your wrist. Find your bone and stand your fingers up on the bone like you're going to dive off a cliff. And then roll your fingers over and put your thumb on the back. And you should feel the thumps under your finger. That's the quickest way to find a pulse when you're first starting. So find the bone, 2 fingers, roll forward, thumb on the back. Now that thumb on the back is way more important than you think it is. If you just set your fingers there, you might feel the pulse. You could feel the thumps. But what's going to happen over the counting time is your fingers are going to relax. And when your fingers relax, you're going to lose the pulse. So by putting your thumb on the back side, it holds consistent pressure. You want to use your fingertips, not the flat part of your fingers. Fingertips have way more nerve endings than the flat part. So we want to use our fingertips. So hand out, find the bone, put your fingers on the bone, roll forward, thumb on the back. Use your fingertips. Now start light. If you don't feel the thumps, you're going to push a little deeper. Still don't feel the thumps, a little deeper until you pick it up. But don't push really deep because it's like a straw. If you crimp a straw, nothing gets through. If you push too hard on the artery, nothing's going to get through. So it's kind of like that Goldilocks thing, right? We're going to start light and move down until we can pick it up. We want just right. When we take the pulse, the elbow always needs to be supported on the bed for the test. Your patient's going to be laying in bed, or on a table or a chair if we're taking it on somebody who's sitting. But that elbow needs to be supported. And the reason is, if I'm holding my arm up like this, that means that these muscles have to be engaged to keep my arm upright. By engaging the muscles, they're going to need more blood flow. Because they need more blood flow, my heart has to pump faster. So by holding my hand up in the air, what do you think it's going to do to my heart rate? Yep. So that elbow needs to be supported. So things that most people don't really think about when you're taking a pulse. Now, how long do we have to count? However long the care plan tells us to. So this is our care plan for the state exam. It says the patient will be lying in bed for the skill, take the resonance radial pulse, measure, and it even tells you measured at the wrist. It doesn't expect that you know where the radial pulse is. It says the radial pulse measured at the wrist for 1 full minute and record your readings. Now, what do we need? What do we know about the care plan?
Every care plan is different.
Okay, and we have to follow the care plan. If you remember on Monday, I told you this was the most failed skill on the exam. The most failed skill on the exam. Now, the reason it is the most failed skill on the exam is because people don't follow the care plan. They don't follow the care plan. I have seen people that pull out a stethoscope and listen to the heart to take the pulse. Does our care plan tell us to do that? No, you might get the right number, but it's not about the number. It's about following the care plan. I've seen people take the pulse on the carotid. Does that follow the care plan? No, but probably the most common problem that people do is counting for 15 seconds and multiplying that by 4 to get the reading. So for the test, you've got a patient laying in bed. It's going to be a live patient, real person, one of you laying in bed. You're going to be on one side of the bed, finding the pulse at the wrist on that patient. On the other side of the bed, finding the pulse at the wrist is one of the evaluators. When you are ready to start, you're going to look at the clock and you're going to say start out loud. And you're going to count in your head the thumps that you feel under your fingers until the second hand gets all the way around to that starting point, and you're going to say stop. You have to say it out loud so that evaluator starts when you start and stops when you stop. And that's how they're going to know whether it was 1 full minute. It's also how they're going to know if you're accurate. Now, if you remember what I said on Monday, I said that we have 2 evaluators in Florida, and each one has to grade you independently. You guys remember that? That means that for this skill, it's the only skill, you have to do it twice. Once with each evaluator. But they don't make you do the opening twice. They don't make you do the closing twice. They just make you do the counting and documenting twice. Okay, good. Good. All right. So here's our step-by-step instructions on page 53. Care plan is at the very top of the page. So this is the testing care plan. Oh, good. The light's back on. The testing care plan. So it will tell you exactly what the care plan for the test is going to say. Exactly. It also has step-by-step instructions on how to perform this skill. Tells you what our normal values are. But beside each step, there's numbers like 11A, 1, 11B, 2, 11C, 9A. Do you guys see that? A lot of people say, well, what are those numbers? Do you guys remember the checklists we talked about that the evaluators are using to check you off? Right? These things. Guys, remember these that the evaluators are using to check you off? Okay. Hold on, I got to find it. Okay. So this is measure and record pulse. This is the checklist for measure and record pulse. If you numbered each one of these, that's the number that corresponds to the numbers in your book. So if there is a number like here, read care plan knock 11A. You guys see that? Right here, 11A says announce self or knock before entering room. So I told you that this was written for an RN. I filtered it through an RN brain and wrote it for students. This shows you that this is an actual checked step. So if it has a number next to it, that means it's going to count on the state exam. There's a check mark that that action is going to complete. Good? So when you're practicing, if you catch yourself saying, well, that doesn't matter, make sure there's no number next to it. There's a number, it matters. Good? I've done all the work here for you. Made it super easy. Okay, so here you'll see the documentation form. And again, this is going to be on page 168 in your book as a full-size page. But you'll see that there's 2 spots there for documentation. One of them is with evaluator 1. The other one is with evaluator 2. Here's some review questions. If you can answer these, you've got the skill down pretty well. We're getting ready to retape all of our videos. When you guys graduate out, I will be retaping about 2 weeks later. And then I will use the rest of the year to edit all of those videos. So sometime in the beginning of next year, you'll actually see some new videos. And one of the things that I'm working on that I'm super excited about is inside the course, you know, the course you guys were all enrolled in. Inside the course is going to be interactive versions of those skills videos. So it's going to show me reading the care plan, and then it's going to ask you, what is the next step? So you have to pick, what is the next step? Do I wash my hands or do I knock? So it's a way of really making sure that you understand all of the steps involved and the right order for these steps long before. It's almost like virtual reality, long before you get to the test. So I'm really excited about that coming up. But man, is that a lot of work. Ooh. Pray for me. Okay. So these are all of the steps involved in taking a radial pulse. Here are our test specific steps that we have to pay attention to. Remember, we're going to read the care plan. We're going to perform our opening. We'll evaluate if we need gloves. We might not. Every patient's different. We're going to do our closing, but this is the skills specific steps. So always support the arm. We've talked about that. Do not use your thumb to take the pulse. We talked about that. Use your fingertips, not the flat areas. We talked about that. Radial pulse is at the top of the thumb side of the wrist near the bone. We talked about that. Pulses are always reported over 1 minute, but how long you count will depend on the care plan. We talked about that. Normal is 60 to 100. You're going to say start and stop when you start counting and stop counting. And we want to document, care plan tells us to document, and we need to be within 4 beats per minute of the evaluator's reading for accuracy. I'm going to tell you a secret. This counts very little on the state exam. Very little. Accuracy is not what they're grading you on here. These steps are what they're grading you on, not accuracy. Make sense? Good. Okay. So I've got perfect. Awesome. Okay. So hang tight for just a minute. I'm going to move some things around. I'm going to move some people around. There's a method to my madness. Just hold up. I'm going to move that back. Okay. I need you to come sit here. And I'm going to steal your chair. Okay. You two stay put. I'm going to ask you to come sit here. I'm going to ask you to come around the table and sit here. And then I need you to turn your chair around and face them. Okay. So the way that I have this set up now, oh, Rosie. Okay, Rosie says, good morning. My exam is next Tuesday, October 29th. Getting nervous. Well, welcome. You'll learn what you need to learn to pass the test, but good vibes out to you. We know you're going to do fantastic. All right, so the way I've got this set up right now, I've got 2 people on one side of the table and 1 person on the other. Everybody see that? My 1-person people, you, and you. You are the patient. You're going to put both of your arms out on the table. Make sure they're supported on the table. You are the CNA. You're the evaluator. You're the CNA. You're the evaluator. You're the CNA. You're the evaluator. You're the CNA, and you're the evaluator. So you are going to find the pulse on the hand closest to you. The patient's hand closest to you. Remember, it's at the very top of the thumb side of the wrist. Are you right-handed?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to reach above you. Nope, you want to take it with your right hand. So you're just going to come over. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So find the pulse. Make sure you put your thumb on the back. And when you have the pulse, please say yes.
Yes.
Got it? Got it? Okay.
Miss Laramie, which hand is she supposed to use?
Are you right-handed? Okay, let's use your right hand. Put your fingers there. Put your thumb on the back. Thumb on the back, super important. Did you find it? Get it? Got it? Okay. All right, so I'm going to say start. When I say start, you are going to count the thumps that you feel under your fingers until I say stop. I'll do the timing for you right now. I just want you to concentrate on counting. Everybody ready? Set. Start. Stop. What'd you get? Okay. Okay. What'd you get?
64, like 63, 64.
Okay.
It was irregular.
Okay.
It beat it 3 times, then stopped, and then beat it. And then I got a little split up in the end. I said, oh boy, I kind of lost the track. But it is irregular.
Okay. So you would let the nurse know. All right.
Okay.
When you were the patient, so I want to talk just to the patients right now. How long was that minute? It felt like forever. Yeah. So when you were taking the pulse, it didn't feel that long because your mind is engaged. But when you were the patient, how long did that minute feel? Because you don't have anything to do. Patients, their anxiety is going to mount if you're counting for 1 full minute, because normally it does not take this long to take a pulse. They will automatically assume something is wrong with them and their anxiety is going to go up, and they probably will start talking to you. What do you think is going to happen to your yeah. If you're trying to count and they're talking, it's going to be a mess. So if you have to take a pulse for 1 full minute, you need to warn your patient, hey, this is going to take me about a minute. I'll let you know when I'm done, but I will need you to remain quiet until I tell you, please. If you do that, your patient will automatically relax. They know it's going to take a minute. Their anxiety doesn't go up. Everything is cool. If you do not prepare your patient, be prepared to take this pulse 3 or 4 times. Save yourself some time. Prepare them. Good? Okay, you are now the patient. Put both arms out. You are now the patient. Put both arms out. You are now the patient. Put both arms out. You are now the patient. Put both arms out. So you'll find the pulse on this hand and you'll find the pulse on that hand. So you right-handed? Okay, we're going to go, nope, we're going to go over like a guitar. Thumb on the back. Up
You
just
let
a
me
little
know.
bit. Yep, thumb on the back.
I got high cholesterol.
Are you left-handed or right? Okay.
You want to switch?
Here. So we're going to have him relax a little bit. Fingers there, thumb on the back, and press. Let me see. Okay, I think you might be pressing a little too hard. It's right here. I want you to pay attention to how hard I'm pressing. Right here. Is she pressing harder or the same? Okay. All right, go ahead and find. All right, does everybody have the pulse? No? Okay. I think you're a little too high. Let's go. It's going to be right here. Right, yeah, right. Make sure your thumb is on the back. I think you're pressing a little too hard. Loosen up just a little bit. Did you get it? Let me see how deep hers is. Okay, let me see. Let's see. Okay, hers is right here, but it takes a very light touch. Very light touch. It's very faint. If you close your eyes, you'll probably pick it up a little better. Let me find it for you. It's right here.
Where this finger is?
Right here. But hers is very, very faint. She's got a lot of muscle above her artery, and her arteries, I think, are a little small. Okay.
Did you find it?
Okay, so let's use you as a patient for right now, okay? And then for your third one, I'll be your patient for you. Okay, everybody find your pulse again. I will do the timing for you. Find the pulse. Oh, Namie's Rose. has a skills exam today. Good luck. All right, when everybody has the pulse, please say yes. Everybody good? Ready to start? Okay. You good? Okay. Yeah, loosen up just a little bit. You don't want it to be too hard. You're right there, right there. Come up a little bit more. There you go. Not so hard. Good. All right. Here we go. Ready, set, go. Okay. And stop. Okay. If you lost count, it's not a big deal. We're going to do this one more time. Okay. Did you get it? I know you didn't. Okay. Did you have your thumb on the back side? Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Well, we're going to talk about that 1 second. Okay. How'd you guys do? Okay. 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 All right. So what happens if you're counting and it like goes away and you lose count? You can start this skill over as many times as you need to for the state exam. All right. So it's not a big deal. Just stop. But if you have to start over, let's remember on Monday, who did I say it should always be about?
The patient.
The patient. So if we have to start over, who should we be telling that to? The patient. So we should stop and say, I'm so sorry, I lost count. Let me start again. And no problem. Those evaluators, pretty smart cookies. They'll keep up. Okay, good. All right. Now what happens if you're off by more than 4 beats? So if somebody, if your evaluator got 78 and you got 60, you know, what happens? For the state exam, you want to be as accurate as you can, but it's okay as long as you got all the other checkpoints. Accuracy doesn't count quite as much. Okay, so good. All right, I'm going to work with you guys real quick. And if I can get you to stand up, since you were the, you've taken the pulse twice now, right? Okay, so I'll be your patient for you guys because I have a pulse that's pretty easy to find. All right, third person is now the patient. Third person, go ahead and find the pulse. You want to move closer to the thumb. Closer to the thumb. Up towards your pinky. Yep, there you go. A little bit more. Okay. So fingertips, fingertips. There you go. So you want to come down a little closer to like my pinky, down a little. Your fingers, your fingers.
What do you mean?
Come this way with your fingers. There you go. A little harder. You feel it?
Yes. I'm working on it.
Okay. Go up toward my thumb. There you go. Up a little bit more to the ceiling. There you go. Got it? You good?
Oh, I got it real good.
Okay. Does everybody have the
Okay, I was
pulse?
doing yours wrong.
You might want to squeeze just a little harder. I think that's probably why you lost it before, because you're really light. Everybody ready?
Yes.
Ready, set, start. Stop. How'd you do?
66.
Okay, very good. Was it a little better? You might want to hold just a little bit harder. I think that you're a little too light, and that's probably why you were losing it. Okay. Hers is really, really faint. How'd you guys do? Okay. Okay. How'd you guys do? Did you lose it?
No, I got like 62.
Okay.
I got like 68.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Remember, you're not going to be accurate today. You guys can go ahead and resume. Oh, Taylor got 62. Good job. I'll go ahead and resume your seats. All right, so now that you know how to take a pulse, you guys can practice on the unsuspecting public at home. And this is one of those skills that you really don't even have to tell anybody that you're doing. You can just reach over and hold their hand while you're watching TV tonight, take their pulse. Yeah, so this is kind of an easy one to practice, even without somebody knowing. Does anybody have any questions on how to take a pulse? So yes.
Mine are so faint. Like, how can I like try to?
Okay, so I did want to talk about that. So let me talk about that real quick. Her pulse is really hard to feel. I mean, it's really, really buried deep, and there's muscles over it, and it's really hard to pick up. So if you want to try to find one that's really hard, she's a good candidate. But here's the thing. During the test, let's say that you get pulse, okay, and you have been partnered with her. Do you remember me saying that the test is all about minimum skills competency? You guys remember that? Well, as the RN evaluator on the other side of the patient, I immediately recognize that her pulse is difficult. She is not minimum skills competency. So I would actually switch you out for another testing candidate for this skill. Does that make sense? Okay. They're not going to test you on the hardest person in the room. And we can't tell by looking at anybody, you know, how strong or weak your pulse is. We just can't really tell by looking at you. But the evaluator would notice that. Does that make sense? So there's nothing you can really do about that. It's just, I kind of joke that your ancestors were probably gladiators because your arteries are buried really deep, right? So it's all about your unique physiological makeup. Some people's arteries are super close to the surface and we can pick them up like that easy. Other arteries are buried really, really deep and it takes a lot more work to try to find them. Some people's arteries are really big and man, you can feel it from almost across the room, just boom, 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 right? And other arteries are really small and they're kind of hard to feel. It's like tick, tick, tick. It's just such a small feeling. Everybody's different. So I would advise you to practice this on as many different people as you can. If you just practice this on one person and one person only, and that's the only time you take a pulse, when you get to the test and you find something that's different, you're going to kind of freak out because it's not what you're used to. So you really want to practice this on as many different people as you can to get a good feeling of the differences that are involved. Good? Any questions on pulse? Let's review the important points real quick. Always support the arm. Don't use your thumb to take the pulse. Use your fingertips, not the flat areas. Radial pulse is at the top of the thumb side of the wrist near the bone. But some of you were down here, a little too far down, and I told you to move closer to the thumb. Remember, you really should be on the lines, you know, where the thumb actually bends, not way up here. Way up here, there's a lot of muscle. Here, you can actually feel the artery. Okay. Always report over 1 minute. We'll follow the care plan for how long we have to count. Normal is between 60 and 100. What if I got 52 for a pulse? What would I do with that information? Yeah, notify the nurse. What if I got 116? Okay, here's a tip. If you get a really high pulse rate, like over 110, and the patient has a low blood pressure, that is notify the nurse now. That is don't stop, don't take a break, don't pass go, don't collect $200. You need to start running and get to that nurse, because a high pulse and a low blood pressure is the first sign of shock. And we're now not sending enough blood to our brain and our kidneys. The heart's beating too fast to be effective, and the pressure is too low. So the blood isn't moving the way it should. Okay, so high pulse rate, low blood pressure is a run, don't walk scenario. Good? Questions? You may have a question on that on the state exam. Where's my drink? Where'd it go? All right. So now we're going to move on to another skill. Hold on. I have to do so much talking the first week. When I go home, my throat is sore. I don't want to talk at all. All right. So the next skill that we're going to learn is dressing a resident with a weak arm. This is on page 102. Hi, Marie Frank. We got some people playing along at home. Good job, Taylor and Rosie. Good job. All right. So this is our kind of synopsis or shortcut page. We can see all of the principles that are going to be involved in this skill. This is about the skill itself. Here's our short form. And all of these principles are spelled out for you here. If you just follow these, you will pass the test. Down here is our test-specific information. Somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this skill in 14 minutes or less. You're dressing somebody. They give you 14 minutes to do that. I don't know about you, but it has never taken me 14 minutes to get dressed in my life. Now, it might take me 14 minutes to figure out what to wear. Yes. But the act of putting clothes on does not take 14 minutes. They give you way more time than you need. This is going to be done on a mannequin. Now, mannequins don't cooperate so well. So, you know, a little bit of extra time for that. But still, you don't need 14 minutes. Mannequin will be in bed. Charting is not required for this skill. Let's talk about mannequin skills for a second. When you are doing mannequin skills on the mannequin, you're going to treat that mannequin just like it was a real person. You're going to talk to them. You're going to let them know every step of the way what you're doing. It's no different being a mannequin or a real person. The evaluator will actually answer you. they'll play the voice of the mannequin. So you won't be talking to yourself or playing both parts. The evaluator will play the voice of the mannequin. But they are looking for how much communication you're employing when you're doing these skills. I want you to think about this from the patient's point of view for a second. They don't know you. How comfortable would you be with a complete stranger coming into your home tomorrow morning and taking your clothes off? Communication is key for this, guys. Communication is key, especially for my male caregivers in here. Your patient may not be all that comfortable with a strange male disrobing them when they are laying down in a vulnerable position surrounded by strangers. We need to be hyper aware of that and make sure that we're using the right communication techniques and putting our patients at ease. But it's not just for my male caregivers. Female caregivers actually, believe it or not, have way more charges against them. So we want to make sure that we're not putting our patient in any sort of discomfort with this. Does that make sense? So here's the part that I have to tell you some very uncomfortable things about healthcare. Just because we work in healthcare does not mean that everybody that works in healthcare is an ethical human. We actually saw this in one county north of us, in Citrus County. We had one of the worst cases of sexual abuse and exploitation in the healthcare setting ever. And it was a man who worked, a nurse, who worked in the post-anesthesia care unit when you got out of surgery before you went upstairs. And you were very vulnerable, still under anesthesia, and he was actively raping patients after surgery. He was caught because somebody walked in on him. We have no idea how many true victims he actually had because they were under anesthesia. This happens, guys, and that is not an isolated incident. In Arizona, we had a comatose woman get pregnant. This is not somebody who can give consent. She is not aware, and she got pregnant. They did not even know she was pregnant until she gave birth. And the CNA was in there doing a bed bath, and the woman starts moaning, and all of a sudden a baby is crowning. That was a nurse, a male nurse, who impregnated that patient. These are not isolated incidents, guys. It's sad, it's horrible, but it does happen. Now, the reason that I bring this up is because your patients are pretty aware of the fact that they are at risk. And if you aren't aware that they're aware, you don't understand how important communication is. Does that make sense? Your patients know that they are vulnerable. We've got to communicate appropriately. But it's also important that when we are doing skills like dressing and bathing, if our patients suddenly become combative and start covering and pushing you away, if there is a behavior change, do not assume that your patient is just dementia today. If it's a change, it could mean that this patient was compromised. Do not assume it doesn't happen. It does. It happens way more than I want to admit. I've got a whole folder up there full of articles just like this. So when we're dressing and bathing patients, when we are helping them with their most intimate tasks, we've got to make sure we're communicating our intent very clearly, but we also need to pay attention to any signs our patients are giving us, especially our nonverbal patients, that maybe they have been compromised. Does that make sense? I know this is a very uncomfortable conversation, but we are the line of defense for our patients. Okay? If you aren't aware of it, you may miss something. Any questions on that? All right. So when we're looking at all of these principles, we know skill rules, we know opening, and we've already learned glove rules. Good job. We know the closing, but these three right here, we don't know. So we're going to spend a couple of minutes learning these three. And we're not going to learn all of it. There's a couple of things here that we're going to cover in a later lesson, but let's go over these really quickly. So barrier is going to be on page 84. These are all the skills that we're going to use a barrier for. And if you look at all the skills as they're spelled out, all 20 of them, you can see that over half of them is going to use a barrier. So we probably ought to learn this one pretty well. I have a video for it. You can watch on your own. I'm going to talk to you about it today, but I do have a video on it. And we have notes on page 85. But it really kind of boils down to this. And I'm not going to spend a ton of time on a barrier, but it really kind of boils down to this. When you have supplies, you need a clean place to put those supplies. That makes sense. But this overbed table cannot be considered clean. So we have to have a way of making it clean. These overbed tables are used for meals, but they're also used to hold everything else the patient owns because it's the one surface that they have access to. So you're going to have Kleenexes and chapstick and hairbrushes and phones and phone chargers and crossword puzzle books and all kinds of stuff on this table. You probably will have to carve out a space for you to use. For the test, the table will be empty. That's a bonus. Yay. That's awesome. But we can't assume that that table is clean. So we've got to have a way of making it clean. Sure, you can pull out a wipe and wipe it down, but there's actually a better way to do this. And that's by using a barrier. So a barrier provides a clean place to put our clean supplies. Our supplies are clean before we use them. The table is not. So if we get a barrier and we put it on the table, we now have a clean place to put our clean supplies.
Is it chopped like a barrier?
We're going to talk about that.
Okay.
Got a whole lesson here for you. You're good. You're just a half a step ahead.
Don't need to be.
You're good. You're good. Okay. So this is a barrier. Remember that your supplies are clean. So we can only touch clean supplies with clean hands. So we have to do our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. You can't touch your supplies until you've washed your hands. Good? Only touch supplies with clean hands. But we need a clean place to put those clean supplies, and that's what the barrier is going to be. So we wash our hands, we get our supplies, and we're going to get our barrier. Now, you cannot hold anything against your uniform. My uniform is not clean once I start working. It's brushed up against the curtain. It's leaned against the sink. It's pressed up against the bed. It's knelt on the floor. It is not clean. I don't want to take my clean supplies and hold them up next to my uniform, which would contaminate them. So we always hold our supplies out from our uniform. Good? Questions on that? Okay. That's going to be important in just a second. You can't let anything touch your uniform. So you've leaned against the bed, the sink, the curtain, knelt on the floor, and so on. And if you allow those supplies that you get to press up against your uniform, you've contaminated them before you've ever started. Now, the problem is that you guys will try to get everything in one trip. So let's think about something like dressing a resident. We have to have, if you look at the bottom of the page for, where is it? Hold on. Dressing a resident. Go back to page 103. Look at the bottom of page 103. We need clothing, we need a privacy blanket, and we need a barrier. Well, if I go get all of that at one time and my hands are full and none of that can touch my uniform, it's going to be really hard for me to put this barrier on the table because I really need two hands to spread this barrier out. That means that I'm going to end up taking all of those other supplies and doing something like this with them to open my barrier and put it on the table. Does that make sense? We can't allow anything to touch our uniform. So the first thing I want you to get is the barrier. Go wash your hands, go get the barrier. Put the barrier on the table and then go back and get the rest of your supplies. Does that make sense? Do you understand why?
Can you use that in any circumstance? Because isn't that for the bed?
We're going to talk about, we're going to talk about that one second. But yes, you can use these for any circumstance. And we're going to talk about the different types of chucks. Okay, so we have to get our barrier first before we get the rest of our supplies. That way we're not holding anything up against our uniform. If you've got all of the supplies in your hand, you don't have enough hands to spread that barrier out onto the table, which means that you'll end up holding everything against you, which will contaminate those supplies. Remember, these are big, bad pathogens. These are not the pathogens we want to give to our patients. So we're going to put the barrier on the table. And when we put the barrier on the table, we want the absorbent side facing up, just like this. The absorbent side facing up. That way, if we spill any liquid, it's going to be absorbed and not drip onto the floor. So absorbent side facing up. So we're getting the barrier first, spread it on the table, then go get the rest of our supplies. So let's explain to you the different types of bed pads. This is actually called, its technical name is a disposable underpad. It's a lot of syllables. That's too many for me to say over and over and over again. So we usually call these just underpads, but there's two different types of underpads. There's this one that's disposable, and there's this one that's washable. So we have two different types of underpads. And if you just call them all underpads, it gets confusing. So we give them different nicknames. This is called a bed pad. We put it on the bed. We don't use this as a barrier. This is just for the bed pad. So does that help you with that one? So that's a bed pad. It goes underneath the patient on the bed. This is called a chucks because it's the kind of underpad that you chuck when you're done with it. Disposable. Okay. So for the test, you will have chucks, disposable underpads, that we will use as a barrier. But in a clinical setting, you don't have to use a chucks. You can use anything as a barrier, just something to create a clean work surface. You could use a towel, a washcloth, a paper towel. You can use anything as a barrier. But for the test, we're going to use this very specific barrier. Good. Okay, so these are our rules. We'll provide a clean area for our clean supplies with our barrier. We're only going to touch our supplies with clean hands. We don't let those supplies touch our uniform, and we get the barrier first before we get our supplies. So now we know the barrier rules. Let's move on to privacy blanket rules. Dignity is essential, so is comfort. So we're going to use a privacy blanket anytime our patient is uncovered or undressed. Let's think about this for a second. Your patient is laying in bed. They're wearing a thin hospital gown and not much else. It's cold in most facilities. They're covered with a sheet. Now me, I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off. I have got way too many patients to see. I am fully dressed. I am very active. What do you think the temperature is going to feel like to me? Yeah, warm or hot. What does temperature feel like to them? So we are not on the same wavelength here. We have two totally different perceptions of the same temperature. Do you guys get that? All right, now take their sheet away. They're going to be very cold, and they're also going to feel very vulnerable. So we use a privacy blanket anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed to make sure that the patient stays warm and allows for a little more dignity and privacy.
They feel a little bit more secure.
Right,
you know.
right.
It's important.
Now, I've had CNAs tell me, oh, I only use a privacy blanket when the patient requests it. Yeah, that's probably not the best policy, because what if the patient feels a little self-conscious about requesting it? Dignity really should be the default position, not the requested position. Does that make sense? We should always use a privacy blanket. That should be our default position. That should, yes, that's just standard practice. Standard practice. It's not something that we should only use when somebody asks for it. Does that make sense? What about our patients that can't ask for it?
Common sense.
It really puts them at a disadvantage.
Yes,
So
and it's common
we
sense.
always use a privacy blanket, and it is a tested checkpoint. So the state agrees with this. Good? I know, man. That's what I fight against every day. And we're going to talk about that a little later in the program, but you're absolutely right. Now, I'm teaching you the right things to do. I am. I'm teaching you the way it has to be done for the state. I'm teaching you the way it has to be done for the test. And I'm teaching you the way I want it done when I'm the body in the bed. But that doesn't mean when you get out there and you're around other CNAs and you're under their influence that you might not change and make shortcuts. Remember that every single shortcut that you decide to take has an impact on the patient. And that's why I spend so much time talking about why. Why do we wear gloves? Why do we put them on at certain times? Why can't we wear gloves for everything? Why do we need a privacy blanket? Why are we using it? I talk to you about why till I'm blue in the face. It'd be easy if I just gave you the rules and we just went on. I have to give you the why so that hopefully when you're out there, it sinks in and you're less likely to take these shortcuts that other people are trying to get you to take because you understand the consequences of those shortcuts. I'm not going to succeed with all of you. Some of you are going to go out there and do it your own way. And I know that. Don't do it when I'm the body in the bed. I will remind you. Absolutely. And if it's my mother in the bed, you better be doing it the right way all the time. I will remind you.
I like to be the fly on the wall when she goes to the hospital and see how you are. Because I know you and be on it like white on rice.
I'm very nice about it.
Yeah.
But if that's the way I feel about my mom, don't you think that's the way you would feel about yours?
Sure.
And aren't all these patients somebody's loved ones?
And people have to think like that.
Right.
At all times.
Mhm.
They're human beings. Doesn't matter if it's your mom, dad, brother, sister.
They're humans.
Are the rules different in home health care?
Yes. Now they are, because you don't really have to protect the patient so much about from outsiders, people in the environment like roommates or something like that. But the rules are different. But when you are, and we're about to talk about this, okay, this is like the next slide that's coming up. But let's just say for a second, let's just keep on the hospital nursing home type scenario, right? When you pull that privacy curtain, that's there to help protect the patient against other people seeing them, right? Oh, we talked about body temperature. Let me go. Hold on. Here it is. Okay. So that's protecting them against everybody out there. But do you know who is in that space? What stranger is in that space with the privacy curtain closed? You. That's right. So that privacy curtain protects them against everybody else, but it doesn't do anything to protect them from you. Now, let's talk about the home care setting. That dynamic still exists. You are still a stranger. You are still seeing all of their goodies, and they may not be all that comfortable with that. So even in a home care setting, would I use a privacy blanket? You betcha. Absolutely. Now, my aunt passed away from breast cancer about 10 years ago. And I went and saw her and took care of her and gave her a bath and cleaned her up. This is my aunt. I have known her my entire life. I still used a privacy blanket with her. Now, why? She's my aunt. She doesn't have anything I don't have. She's a female. I'm a female. Why did I use a privacy blanket with her? Dignity. Dignity has no bounds. Does that make sense? So, yeah, I think that they should be used anytime the patient's uncovered or undressed. Are they used in home care? No. No, most people will shortcut this till the cows come home. But you have to decide what type of CNA you're going to be. And we're going to talk about this on the last day. You get to decide the type of CNA you're going to be. Do you want to be a professional? Do you want to be a true healthcare professional? Or do you just want to be a paid caregiver? You get to decide. If you want to be seen as a professional, you have to act like a professional. You want to get paid as a professional, you need to act as a professional. Does that make sense? If your employer sees you as a paid caregiver because you're taking all kinds of shortcuts and you don't care about the patients, you don't care about the job, you're just a body that's clocking in on the time clock, they are not going to pay you as a professional. Why would they? They're not getting one. You want the pay to increase as CNAs? You need to tell every CNA you know to quit acting like caregivers and start acting like professionals. And then the pay will increase. We'll talk about that on the last day.
So the privacy blanket, I've never heard of that before. So when you're changing a patient, for example, you have to take their gown off or something. While you're getting your supplies, like you're turning around to grab something, you put the privacy blanket on them so they're not laying there naked, essentially.
Right. We're going to talk about when to put it on. But yes, anytime the patient's uncovered. So if I'm going to take the sheet away, I need a privacy blanket. But let's talk about how to do that. Okay. So privacy blankets do not protect, or privacy curtains don't protect the patient from you. The blanket does. So we use it anytime the patient's uncovered or undressed. When we put the blanket on, the patient should never be exposed, ever. So we're going to put the blanket on over the sheet and pull the sheet down underneath. Patient's never exposed. So if I've got a patient here, let me turn the camera so that those playing at home can play along. Okay, so if I've got a patient in the bed like this, there's my patient. And I need to get her dressed. I'm going to do my opening. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Awesome. I need to get you dressed. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies. I'll be right back. So I close the curtain. I go wash my hands. Now I'm going to get my supplies. First thing I'm going to get is a barrier. Then I'll go get the rest of my supplies. Once I have all of my supplies, my patient is still here covered. Once I have all of my supplies, then I will go get the privacy blanket off of my barrier. I'll just take it off of here for right now. And I'm going to put it on the patient. So let's talk about gloves for a second. Remember, gloves are based on the patient. This patient, we're going to read the care plan in a minute, isn't going to require gloves. We're not going to be anywhere near any of her body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin, so I don't need gloves for this. We're not putting on underwear or bra. It's just shirt, pants, socks. Easy. If I needed to wear gloves for whatever reason, I'm not going to put them on before I put this on. Remember, the first thing the gloves should touch is the patient, not the sheet. Sheet is not clean. Make sense? So I'm going to take this privacy blanket. I'm going to unfold it. And I'm not going to snap it or shake it. I do that at home, right? When I'm putting the sheets on, I do something like this, right? Do you see all those little fuzzies that just came up? Those are dust mites, skin cells, yeast, and bacteria that have come off of this patient. And I've just brought them right here where I can breathe them in. Now at home, it's just my own funk I'm breathing in. But at work, I probably don't want to breathe in this guy's funk. So we don't snap or shake anything in healthcare. We unfold. Once I have the blanket in place, I'm going to hold it, or ask the patient can hold it if they can. And I'm going to pull the sheet down underneath the blanket. Now, this patient remained covered. You didn't get to see a thing. That's how this is supposed to work. Good. I can get this patient completely dressed and not have to see anything that they don't want me to see.
What if they don't want privacy?
That's fine. That's a patient right. And if they say, oh, I'm fine. Oh, honey, I don't need that. I'm good. That's fine. But who should we be reporting that to? The nurse. The nurse should know everything we know. So, hey, I went in to take care of Mrs. Smith. She doesn't want the privacy blanket. And the nurse will go, okay, no problem. But they still need to know. Good? Does that make sense? Okay. So we don't snap or shake the blanket when we're putting it on. We put the blanket on first and then pull the sheet down underneath. Don't snap. When you snap and shake, it just puts all those pathogens right into the air. Now, once we've done the skill and we're all done, if we wore gloves, okay, if we wore gloves and we're all done with the skill, we're ready to end the skill. I don't want to touch that sheet that's going to go right up to her face with soiled gloves. If my gloves are soiled, what's on there? Yeah, cooties. Do you think that this patient wants all those cooties right next to their face? What's on the face? Holes. That is correct. So I would need to take my gloves off to pull the sheet up. Now remember, I don't want this patient uncovered. So I can't just take the blanket away and leave them there while I take my gloves off. So we take our gloves off. We pull the sheet on over the blanket. So this is just like how we put the blanket on, just in reverse. We pull the sheet up. Always leave our patient looking better than we found them. And now I can remove the blanket by pulling it down. We'll remove it from the bed. And anything that we remove from the bed, we have to roll up in a ball so that trailing edges don't contaminate other surfaces. If I just pull this off like this and I've got it, kind of hanging here, whatever pathogens are on here are going to fall on the floor, will probably touch my uniform, the curtain. We want this contained. Good? And then we put it in dirty linen. Questions? Good? You will see this skill, a privacy blanket, over and over and over again. We use privacy blanket. Oh, sorry, guys. We use the privacy blanket in about half of the skills that we do. No, maybe a quarter of the skills we do. So you'll see it a lot. Remember, that sheet goes right up next to the face. So our checkpoints here: apply the privacy blanket to keep the patient warm and provide privacy. We use it anytime the patient's uncovered or undressed. We pull the sheet down underneath. We don't snap or shake the blanket, and we remove it at the end of the skill after we remove our gloves if we use gloves. Okay, so here's a question. Rosie asks, how many skills are we playing during the Prometric exam? Well, we're not playing any, but we're performing 3 skills that are selected by the computer out of a possible 20. All right, then we have to talk about linen rules. Now, the good thing about linen rules is that most of them are repeats of rules we've already learned. But that brings up another subject. If something is repeated on more than one principle, it counts double on the state exam. You guys understand that? If a principle shows up twice, it counts double. So let me explain. So this is linen rules. Linen rules are going to be in about half of our skills. Here's your notes. Linens must not touch uniform. Have we heard that?
Yes.
Okay, so if our linens touch our uniform, it's going to count against you big. That's a big deficiency. Must have clean hands to get clean linens. Have we heard that before? So if you touch the linens before you wash your hands, it is a big deficiency. Got it? All right. Then we have don't shake or snap linens. Have we heard that before? Okay. So if you hear it twice, it's a big deficiency. Now, the next, let me go back here. The next two we're going to cover in a future lesson. So we'll come back to this later. But the last one says unused items must be discarded. That's actually pretty important. It's one of those use it or lose it situations. You can't take a whole bunch of linens into a patient's room and leave them there. Anything that's out of your sight is considered contaminated. It's just that simple. If it's out of your sight, how can you truly know that it's clean? So we don't leave linens in people's rooms until later. If we don't use it, we will discard it. This will be on the state exam. You will have a written test question on what to do with unused linens. It's becoming a really big issue. So let's say that we go in, we do a skill, we have some linens left over, we leave them on the chair till later. Patient's wife comes along, has 2 cups of coffee. As she comes in, she trips a little bit and spills one of them on the floor. She looks around, sees the washcloth, grabs it, cleans up the spill because she's a nice lady, but there's no hamper in the room. We don't keep dirty things in patients' rooms. She has nowhere to put that washcloth. So she's going to fold it up and put it right back on that stack. Yep. Is that stack of washcloths now clean?
No, it's contaminated.
No, but she didn't think twice about it. We'll cover the rest of the linen rules in a future lesson. All right, so now we know all of the principles that we need to learn how to dress a resident with a weak arm. So we're going to put everything together, all of the stuff that we've learned, and make a skill out of it. Okay, so think of these principles as building blocks. So if you look at, these are the testing checkpoints here. Okay, and I've color coded them for you. So anything blue, or I'm sorry, anything green is covered by the opening. Anything red is covered by the closing. Anything purple is scoot and roll, which we'll talk about in a future lesson. Gray is linen rules. Tan is privacy blanket. So everything that we've learned so far, can you guys see that it made up half of the skill? We haven't even got to dressing yet. We haven't even touched dressing yet. We haven't talked about the first thing about dressing yet. All we've talked about principles. And those principles are what's going to make up half of your score. So let's talk about dressing now. Remember flashcards, they have all of this on them. Okay, everything we've talked about is in the flashcards. So let's talk about skills specific. We're going to ask about clothing preference. We're going to get the clothing before dressing. We'll support all joints when lifting. I'm going to go through each one of these individually in just a minute. We undress strong arm first, gather sleeve, dress the weak arm first, don't overextend or force movement, adjust the clothing, put all dirty items in the hamper, and put the call light in the stronger hand. All right, so page 98 talks to you a little bit about dressing basics. We ask our patient, what do you want to wear? Patients have the right to choose their own clothing. They have that right. And we want to ask this before we get them undressed. So if I've got the patient laying in bed and I've got a sheet on them, and I pull the sheet down and I take all of their clothes and they're laying there in their little birthday suit. And then I say, oh, yeah, by the way, what do you want to wear? And they're laying there completely exposed to the world. Do you think they're comfortable? No. So everything that I've talked to you about is designed to keep our patient comfortable. So we want to get all the prep work done, get our privacy blanket in place, and then ask the patient, what do you want to wear, and get that clothing. You want to do that before you get them undressed. Good? That makes sense? This is all kind of common sense stuff, but it's not common sense if I don't bring it to your attention. Now that you know it, you're like, well, of course, duh. But if I didn't bring it to your attention, you may not have thought about the impact of this on the patient. Okay? Now, let's talk about clothing choice. Not all patients will choose clothing that goes together. This is very common. Patient might say, yeah, I want my yellow flowered shirt and my purple plaid pants. And you're like, oh, no, that does not work. Now, here's the problem. As CNAs, you are judged by how your patient looks. If I walk down a hallway and the patients that I see have mismatched clothing, the buttons aren't fastened properly, socks don't match, hair's all mussed up, I'm going to assume that these CNAs don't give any care. Got it? You're judged by how your patients look. So you're going to ask your patient, what do you want to wear? And they describe something that does not match. And you know you're judged by what they're wearing. You can suggest an alternative. You can say, hey, your white shirt would go really nice with those pants. You want to try that? Most of the time they'll say, yeah, that's what I meant. Sometimes they'll say, no, I want my yellow flowered shirt, please. No problem. Let me get that for you. We will honor their wishes. We don't know what their mind is. Maybe their daughter bought the shirt, their son bought the pants, and both of them are visiting today. It's a possibility.
Or it could be like their favorite color, just their favorite outfit.
Absolutely. They could be playing bingo today, and that is their lucky outfit. We don't know. It's a possibility. We'll honor their wishes, but we can suggest alternatives if we want to make the patient look nicer. So we're going to put a barrier on the table, get the clothing that they choose, and put it on the barrier. Remember, you want to minimize exposure when dressing the resident. That's super important. Minimize the amount of time that they don't have clothes on. The way that we do that is using the privacy curtain, the privacy blanket, and getting the clothes before we undress them. Anytime we lift an extremity, you're going to hear me say this, gosh, so many times. Anytime we lift from below with a flat palm. We are not the claw machine at Walmart. We don't lift like this. When you lift like this, your fingertips dig into the patient's skin and muscle. You will leave bruising. So we lift from below with a flat palm, always. This is not the first time you'll hear this. Always support at the joints too. This tells us how to dress somebody with a weak arm. We undress strong arm first, USA first, undress strong arm first. And the reason we undress the strong arm first is it makes the the strong arm do all the work. So let's say that I have a weak arm. Okay, it's just kind of hanging there. Can't move it real well. And I've got a jacket on that I've got to get off. I don't want that arm to have to move. So I'm going to take my arm out of this sleeve first, because this arm can move. And then the jacket would just slide right off that arm. No movement required. When I go to get dressed, the new garment slides right up that arm. No movement required. And then this arm does all the work to get into the sleeve. We're going to make the stronger arm do the work. Now, if somebody has a weak arm, we tell the patient or the family, hey, go get stuff that fastens on the front. Snap front, button front, whatever. No pullovers. Because if somebody has a weak arm, it's easier to dress side to side than top to bottom. And the patient is aware of that.
I've seen like some people, they start with the weaker arm because if it's like they have stroke and it's like closer to their chest. Should that like be allowed to start with the weaker arm? Or?
Go by your care plan for that patient. I can't tell you that that is completely wrong because I don't know that particular situation. But in general, and I'd have to know that situation specifically. In general, undress strong arm first. Because if you just think about it for a sec. Actually, do I have, oh, I don't have it in here. All right. Well, actually, can I, Antea, is that right? Okay, do me a favor, right? Because you've got a jacket on. Okay, your right arm is weak. Can't move on its own. Okay, take that jacket off, right side first. Can't move it. Can't move it.
I can't really.
It's harder, right? Oh, so you've got a jacket. Okay, I didn't even see. You've got a jacket on. You'll see that it's really hard.
My shoulder dislocates all the time. That's normal.
It's really hard to start with the weak arm and not have it move. Now, for the test, the clothing is going to be 2 sizes too big. So it does make it a little easier because mannequins don't bend the same way humans do. So they give us bigger clothing to make this a little bit easier, but still USA first. All right. When we put new clothing on, we want to slide it up carefully. And the way that I do this, you're going to see, I actually hold that hand and slide the new garment over my hand and then over theirs. And that keeps all their fingers together. Anybody that's had a baby, if you try to dress a baby and you don't like keep their fingers will absolutely bend backwards. You'll do it once as a new parent. I mean, every parent does. We just don't tell our kids about it, you know. But we don't want to do that with adults. We want to keep those fingers together so that they don't get caught in the cuffs and pulled backwards and dislocated. Good? Makes sense? When I do this, watch how do you see that privacy blanket, how it's over their chest? You're going to see this in the video in just a minute. It's designed to keep you from seeing what the mannequin's got. I use this in a clinical setting. Now, I hear it all the time. Oh my, nobody uses a privacy blanket like that. I was a nurse, still am, for over 30 years. I have always used a privacy blanket. Always. You got to figure out what kind of CNA you want to be. Me? I'm all about patience, not shortcuts. Don't overextend or force movement. And make sure that everything is fastened appropriately. You're judged by the way the patient looks. You want to make sure that you put everything in dirty linen at the end of the skill. And we're going to put the call light in the stronger hand. So page 103 has our step-by-step instructions. Tells us exactly how to do this skill from beginning to end. Care plan is up at the top of the page. Care plan says, dress the resident in a long sleeve, button or snap front shirt, pants, and socks. The resident is lying in bed and has a weak right arm. The resident is not able to help with dressing, and after dressing, leave the resident in bed. So 2 things about this. At the end of the skill, you can ask the patient, do they want the head of the bed up or down? We're going to put it up as we dress them. That's fine. You can ask them how they want to leave, at the end of the skill. Head of the bed up or down. I don't care. They don't care. Nobody cares. Ask the patient. The other thing about this that's kind of important, it says in the care plan, long sleeved button or snap front shirt, long sleeve. Now the care plan says long sleeve. That means the patient's got to be dressed in. We live in Florida. It's 98 degrees all the time, right? So I might look at that and go, oh my gosh, it is hot in here. I'm not putting long sleeves on this patient. Do I have the right to do that? Do I have the ability to do that? Who should I tell if I have a concern? The nurse. The thing is that most CNAs don't understand that we use long sleeves for things other than temperature control. Some of our patients have an autonomic dysfunction, which means that they can't regulate their body temperature. Care plan may tell us to put long sleeves on this person to keep their body temperature regulated in a cold environment. Maybe the patient has an autoimmune disorder that is photosensitive, which means it reacts to sunlight and worsens. We want to make sure all extremities are covered. Maybe the patient is on a medication that causes photosensitivity. This happened to me, 18 years old. I had an infection, was put on antibiotics, went and picked them up from the pharmacy, and it had one of those stickers that says avoid direct sunlight. 18 years old, I don't pay attention to stuff like that. I start taking the medications, go to Daytona for the weekend with my best friend. And at the time, I could wear a bikini, so I'm laying out on Daytona Beach in a bikini. We had a hotel. It was a great time. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she looks at me and her eyes get real wide and she goes, "Oh my gosh, what is wrong with you?" And I'm like, "What is wrong with me? I don't know." And she says, "You're purple." I'm purple. I looked down and I was purple. Well, that's not good. So we go back to the hotel. I get a cold shower. I'm trying to figure out what happened. The medication I was on, when it said avoid direct sunlight, it kind of meant it. Every single capillary under my skin burst. I was a walking bruise. Every capillary burst. Now I have trouble being in the sun. Yeah. So, those warnings actually mean something, by the way. I learned that at 18. But the other problem is that as CNAs, we don't always know all of these back stories, right? We don't know why it says long sleeve. It's not just for temperature. What if the patient has a weeping rash like shingles? We might want to protect all of that body fluids from going everywhere. So if it says long sleeves and you're concerned about that, talk to the nurse, but don't make those decisions on your own. Are you starting to see your role here? How hard can the written test be? You're not allowed to think. How hard can the written test be, guys? Super easy. All right, so let's go over this one more time and I will show you the video. We're going to ask about clothing preference. We'll get the clothing before we undress. We'll support all joints when lifting. Undress strong arm first and dress weak arm first. Gather the sleeve so that the fingers don't bend backwards. We don't want to overextend or force movement. We'll adjust the clothing for neatness and appearance. Put all the dirty items in the hamper and put the call light in the stronger hand. All right, so let me show you this video because it has really good close-ups, which will help you see all of the parts. Okay. All right, Rosie says, "I'm getting confused. My instructor, she demonstrated in the weak side arm during dressing." Okay. Yes, you undress strong arm first and dress weak arm first. Yes. Hello, Mrs. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I'm here to help you get dressed. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. The first thing that I'll get is a barrier to put on my table to make sure that my supplies remain clean. Mrs. Jones, what would you like to wear today? Your light pink pants and dark pink shirt? Okay. Is this the outfit that you described? Wonderful. I'll get a privacy blanket as well. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to spread this privacy blanket out over you. This will keep you warm and help protect your privacy as we do this skill. I'm going to carefully unfold the blanket, being careful not to snap or shake it as I lay it out over you. Once the blanket's in place, I'll pull your sheet down to the end of the bed. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to place your socks on now. We'll take one of the socks, scrunch it all the way up to the toe seam, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up, lift from below and support at the ankle, and smooth the sock over the heel. Now we'll go to the other side. We'll scrunch this sock up, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up, lift from below and support at the ankle, and smooth the sock over the heel, minimizing wrinkles. Now I'll help you put your pants on. We're going to make sure the tag is in the back. I'm going to insert one of my arms into the legs of the pants and scrunch it up so I have control over all the material. We'll then place it over your foot, lift from below, and smooth it over your heel. We're going to repeat on this side. I'm going to put my hand inside to scrunch up the leg of the pants, and then place it over your foot. Lifting from below and supporting at the heel while we finish putting on your pants. Okay, Mrs. Jones. Now I'm going to lift your pants up over your hips. If I can have you raise up your hips as high as you can on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I'll make sure that your pants are over your hips and then cover you back up. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to elevate the head of the bed now. Please tell me when you're comfortable. And if I can assist you to lean forward, I'll untie your gown. Thank you. I'm going to tuck a corner of the blanket behind your back as you sit back. And now I'll remove the gown from this side. We're going to undress the strong arm first. Since our care plan indicated your right arm is weak, we'll undress your left arm first. I'm going to the other side of the bed now. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to undress this arm. Being careful to minimize the movement and support the arm at the elbow as I lift it off the bed. We'll remove the soiled gown. We'll go ahead and rest your arm back on the bed. Okay, now I'm going to assist you with your shirt. I'm going to scrunch up the arm of the sleeve and put my hand through backwards, keeping your arm supported on the bed. I'm going to lift your hand and hold it as if we're shaking hands. This will keep all your fingers together as we place the sleeve over my hand and then over yours. Once we have the sleeve in place on your arm, we'll extend your arm out. I'll support at the elbow as I bring the sleeve the rest of the way along your arm. If I can have you sit forward, Miss Jones, let me assist you. Thank you. Make sure that you remain covered and smooth the shirt along your back. Come on back, Mrs. Jones. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to assist you in putting your other arm in your sleeve. So I'll scrunch it up, put my hand in through backwards. And Miss Jones, if I could have you reach your arm up and back for me. I'll assist you to put your arm in the sleeve. Okay, Miss Jones, we'll rest your arm back on the bed now while I straighten your shirt and make sure that it is snapped appropriately. Okay, let me just adjust your clothing to make sure it's neat. Can I have you lean forward for me, please? Thank you. And I'll make sure that this blanket can be removed. Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm just going to gather up your privacy blanket and place it in soiled linen along with your gown. I'll be right back. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm just going to adjust your clothing for neatness and appearance and make sure that it's fastened appropriately and that you look good. Very nice. Okay, you have your call light here if you should need anything. Can I get a magazine for you? Okay, I'm just going to throw your barrier away
and open your privacy curtain. Now we'll go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done.
Okay, so I'm going to race through this next one really quickly. We'll come back to it a little bit later, but I want a brief overview. I've got 2 minutes. Don't leave. All right, so range of motion is the next one that we're going to learn. I can literally show you this in 2 minutes. It is a 2-minute skill. Couple things you need to know. Again, all the principles that are involved are spelled out here. This is test specific. I have a video on this. Test specific information is down here. But we need to know why these exercises are being ordered. CNAs do exercises to retain function. We're only trying to keep what's there. Physical therapy does exercises to regain function or build something back that has been lost. This is not us. This is never us. We don't say things like no pain, no gain. We don't like pain. If the patient winces, grimaces, says, ow, we stop. We go below the pain for the next one. We don't do pain. That's the big thing with range of motion. There's active and passive range of motion. Active range of motion means the patient does it. We just tell them what to do. Passive range of motion means we do it. So we need to know on the care plan which it is. We already know all the principles involved. Always support joints from below. We know that. Move slowly and smoothly all the way to the start position. And then these are the 3 exercises we do as CNAs. Flexion extension is up, down. Abduction, adduction is side to side, like this. Rotation is around. And we'll go through this again. We got 2 other range of motions to learn later on. The care plan tells us what body part, how many exercises, and how many repetitions. All we have to do is follow the care plan. Think of it like a recipe. You want to ask about pain and discomfort, and then this is our step-by-step instructions. So let me, okay. On your wrap-up email, you will have the video link. Watch the video. It's a 2-minute video. Okay, I won't keep you any longer today, but watch that video. This is week 3.
What about homework?
Tonight, it's right here. We're going to read chapters 2 and 3 in the yellow book. You're going to take the tests on page 182 and 183 of the spiral book, and then grade it. You will get a wrap-up email today after class. Everybody get the wrap-up email on Monday.
I did, yeah.
Okay. So you'll get a wrap-up email today. Make sure you watch the range of motion video. I ran out of time today. I apologize. Next class is Monday at 9. Hope you have a fantastic weekend. Don't forget to bring your blood pressure cuff and stethoscope on Monday.
More bills, stuff.
Have a great day. And you'll have the review sheets. They actually are being delivered today, but you'll have the review sheets next class.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, those of you that are joining us online, thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you on Monday. Have a fantastic weekend. Until next time, happy caregiving. Bye-bye.